People are joining now. So
we are still waiting.
Yeah. Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening also, because I could see that some of the participants are also joining from like US and all. So today is the second day of this training program, and I'm sure this day is also going to be very interesting like yesterday. Yesterday we saw a lot of like interesting inputs in the entire production process, particularly starting from the bamboo plantation management, bamboo shoot production. Then we spoke about the screamer engineered bamboo based production. And today there are two important sessions we have. First of all, we'll be talking about like the bamboo laminated lumber products and related equipments. So professor is here. He will demonstrate the entire production process with technical details and all. And after that, we will also see the bamboo charcoal production. Here in this training program, like yesterday we were discussing, we are not only looking at the high impact making engineered bamboo based products and also the value-added products, but we are also looking at the biocircularity, meaning ensuring 100% resource utilization, no waste, and if waste is generated, then how to make productive use of that waste. So that is something which we are also looking at. Now, today we have these two sessions, and fortunately, like unlike yesterday, it was for like 4 hours. The introduction session was also there, but today we will restrict ourselves to 3 hours only so that people are not so much tired. And tomorrow, then we will take up the remaining 2 sessions. And Jinwei, my colleague, she's the global program head. She's here, and she was quite nicely like moderating the entire, technical sessions and question answer. And she will also help us today. And welcome, Professor Jiang, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Please unmute yourself.
姜老师，您可以开始讲了。
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And it's our pleasure to have a chance to give this training program. And in this section, we are discussing about the bamboo laminated lumber productions. So I will invite my colleague to play the radio already record. 刘洋，你播放一下。金辉帮我播放一下。
今天是金辉，对。
In the previous course, we have introduced the production and processing of bamboo laminated lumber. Today, this part is also the extension topic of bamboo laminated lumber. So the next topic we will discuss is the production technology and related equipment of bamboo laminated lumber. Well, next we will discuss bamboo laminated lumber products in 2 parts. In the first part, I will introduce the application of bamboo laminated lumber products. The second part is the production technology and related equipment of bamboo laminated lumber products. First, let's talk about the introduction of bamboo laminated lumber products. Today, bamboo laminated lumber is widely used in the furniture industry, bamboo handicrafts, building materials, transportation equipment, and sport facilities due to its superior performance. The products made of bamboo laminated lumber have the qualities of strong, durable, elegant texture, soft color, beautiful appearance, green environment protection, and so on. Let's look at presentive case. The first is an application of bamboo laminated lumber in furniture. Bamboo laminated lumber is widely used in the field of furniture manufacturing because of its good physical property and processing property. The furniture designed and manufacturing by bamboo laminated lumber is simple, light, and beautiful in shape, simply in processing technology, and easy to realize industry production. Compared with wooden furniture, bamboo has a strong physical and mechanical properties. Under the same bearing strain, the section size of bamboo laminated bamboo lumber furniture components can be made small so that the overall shape of furniture is light and can be fully reflect the rigidity of bamboo and the beauty of strength, especially in the production of antique furniture. This advantage is even more prominent. Secondly, we will talk about the application of bamboo laminated lumber in the building and building decoration. This picture shows Wuxi Grand Theater in Jiangsu Province, China. The theater used more than 200 cubic meters of renewable and environmentally friendly bamboo materials. It is one of the largest public buildings in the world using bamboo material. The floors, seats, and walls are all made of bamboo. The decorative panels on the wall of Opera Hall use more than 20,000 pieces of bamboo panel. You are welcome to visit Wuxi and experience it on the spot. At present, bamboo laminated lumber is used in many indoor applications as an excellent decoration materials, including hotels, homestays, official buildings, etc. Bamboo laminated lumber can be used as a partition or wall decoration. The whole bamboo-based panel can be used, or bamboo stick can be combined. Bamboo has a good stuff and strong elasticity and can be used to increase the aesthetics of interior element by means of splicing and bending weaving. Finally, in addition to bamboo furniture, bamboo floors, and bamboo coffee tables, furniture laminated lumber can also be made into kitchen utensils, daily necessities, etc. It has a wide range of uses. In the last part, we're talking about various terminal application scenarios of bamboo laminated lumber. So how can we process bamboo laminated lumber into bamboo terminal productions? In the next part, we will start to explain the production technology and the related equipment of bamboo laminated lumber terminal products. How is the terminal products of bamboo laminated lumber processed? It is a main technological process is cutting, sanding, fine cutting, milling, grooving, drilling, and trimming the square bamboo board to form a part of the products. And then the parts are assembled. After trimming, gritting, surface finishing, assemble of the finish of the products. And after inspection, they are packaged and put into storage. Then we will start to the expression process of bamboo laminated lumber terminal product in detail and step by step. In terms of process, the first step is sawing the lumber and get regular size of the parts. The tolerance of length and width of the part should be controlled within 0.5 millimeters, and the edge of the blade should not be chipped or split. The video will show us how the workers to operate.
Plate cutting. Regular size parts can be processed directly into the required size using precision cutting saws and table push saws. Parts that are not of regular size need to be precisely cut to the required length and width after the blank is put together and pressed. The deviation of the length and width of the precisely cut bamboo panels is range of error within plus and minus 0.5 millimeters, without chipping and splitting.
For the second step, it is necessary to carry out fixed thickness sanding according to the thickness requirements of the parts. When a fixed thickness sander is used, the sandpaper generally used by the sander are number 120 and number 240. When sanding, please follow the principle of from coarse sand to fine sand. Grain in the direction of bamboo grain, and do not sand in a reverse direction. The amount of sanding cut each time should be controlled within 0.3 millimeters, and the surface of workpiece after sanding should be smooth and flat, without obvious sand mark, wave, painters, sand damage, crack, etc. Please take a look at the sanding radio.
Plate thickness sanding. According to the required thickness of the product, use the thickness setting sanding machine to sand the precisely cut bamboo sheet to fix the thickness.
This is a worker performing a fixed thickness sanding operation. The left side of the picture is in the position of fitting. After sanding at fixed thickness, some components also need to use a fine cut saw for longitudinal fine cutting. During the finish process, there should be no scuff and black edge. The tolerance of length and width should be within 0.5 millimeters. The length more than 1 meter. The most tolerance also not more than 1 millimeters. We can see the video show how workers to operate.
Precise truncation. Depending on the dimensions of the part, the plate is precisely cut off using a precision cut-off saw to facilitate subsequent machining.
This picture shows a worker used a cross-cutting saw to fine cut a multiple circular workpiece. Along processing multiple workpiece together can improve efficiency. The workpiece must be tightly clamped during processing to ensure the safety. Because many bamboo productions have a variety of curved surface and curved edges, the basic cutting processing cannot be satisfied. Therefore, milling equipment is used for special shape processing. Next, we will introduce the processing of the milling process. Now, let's start with our video.
Shaping. Milling of tendons can be done using CNC tenoners, and milling of tendons can be done using horizontal double-ended tenoners. Bending is generally done with joinery band saws and profiling centers. Parts that do not need to be bent can go directly to the milling machine for precise milling of the shape. The molds for milling must be consistent with the parts to be processed, and their machined shape and size match the drawings, with an allowable tolerance of 1.5 mm for non-joint curved bit sizes.
When the talent and mortise are processed, the talent is generally milled by the CNC talent machine. The mortise is milled by the horizontal double-end groove machine. The length tolerance of talent is controlled within 0.5 millimeter, and the tolerance of mortise and groove is within 0.2 millimeter. There must be no dislocation, seam, tear phenomena in the tray assemble. Bending parts generally use joinery bend saw and special shape machine CNC center, and other components can be milled by the special milling machines which in the special mold. The molds for milling forms should be consistent with the production workpiece, and its shape and size after processing should be consistent with the design drawing. No stubble, burr, skipping, and blackening are allowed during processing. The surface of processed parts should be flat and smooth, consistent. Before processing, the screw of all equipment parts are tightening. The template is installed properly, and the tools is tightening, and it is forbidden to fit the parts around the knife during the processing, and the size tolerance of parts do not exceed 0.2 millimeter. This picture shows that the workers use end milling machine combined with the molding cutter to mill the edges of the workpiece into a desired shape. This is the CNC center while milling. CNC machine centers generally rust and mill pattern or engrave lines on the surface of parts. It can process multiple workpieces at the same time with high processing efficiency. This is the workpiece after milling, and they are generally processed by handing gums and CNC machine center. Next, let's talk about the slotting process. It can process various slots such as rough slots, broken slots, and wire holes on the various workpieces. The notches on the panels are generally used to install panels, such as the back panel of the cabinet, the bottom panel of the drawer, etc., or to install various hardware accessories. The main equipment used to grooving is a router, a slotting machine, or a machine center. Some groove with small wires can also be preceded with a saw. Let's take a look at the processing value of slotting first.
slotting according to the requirements of width, depth, and position of the required slotting position of bamboo furniture products. Use slotting machine to slot the board. It is required that the edge of the slot is not obviously bursting open the edge, and the deviation of the slot width and depth is allowed positive and negative 0.2 mm.
After processing, the edges of slot should have no observed end burst, and tolerance of the slot wide and slot deep should be controlled within 0.2 mm. This picture shows the precision of the side slots by the slotting machine. Radial connector holes and long-rod talent holes need to be processed on the components of bamboo products. There are four main types of holes. The first is a connector hose. It used to install and connect all kinds of connectors. The second is a round rod talent hose. Used to install round rod talent hose. Round talent position pass. The third is a hinge hole. It used for the installation of various door hinges. The fourth is guide hole, used for the positioning of various screws and easy to screw in self-tightening screws. There is a value on drilling.
Drilling. The operator should choose the drill bit of corresponding specifications according to the design drawings and the various technical requirements of the product. Adjust the depth of the drill bit and the distance of the hole, and determine the front and back sides of the parts to be drilled before processing. The position of the hole, the distance of the hole, and the depth of the hole allow tolerances range of error within plus and minus 0.5 mm. The diameter of the hole allow tolerances range of error within plus and minus 0.2, and the edge of the hole is not chipped.
Training should be strictly in accordance with the technical equipments of the drawings. There must be no collapse, no puncture phenomenon in processing. The tolerance of hole location, hole distance, hole depth must be within 0.5 mm, and the tolerance of aperture must be within 0.2 mm. The product should be often try assembly, frequent inspection to ensure the quality of the product. This picture shows side hose machine or through road drilling processing original holes. This picture shows that the worker is processing the vertical hole of the component. This picture shows that parts may have defect after processing and need to trim. About trimming. First, let's look at the value.
Trimming. Check that each panel meets the quality requirements, and that there are no unqualified phenomena such as burst edges, scratches, bumps, uneven edges, inconsistent size of process lines, etc., and that nail holes, chip stubble, bumps, and scratches are trimmed.
We should check and confirm that if there is some defects, including the parts have burst edge, scratch, damage, the edge is not smooth, the size of the processing line is not consistent, and other unqualified phenomena. If it is necessary, the puppy must use to trim on the nail holes, assembly gaps, stubble, scratch, and other positions. The putty color should be close to the bamboo color. There is a seam defect in the part, which is not allowed in the quality standard. So it must be trimmed. We will show how it will be trimmed step by step. First, we apply the debudged putty on the same color on the seam which tours tightly. The surface and edge on the patch should be uniform and the thickness should be consistent. Putty filling marks, glue spots, and watermarks should be cleaned in time and dry before polishing. Parts assembly. This process is also known as assembly. That is, assemble the components that do not need to take apart again. Before the assembly, components should be well prepared. All the parts to be assembled according to the requirements of the drawings. First, we must confirm that the parts have no collapse, bury, blackening. Also, let's take a look at the assemble video.
Parts assembly. According to the assembly diagram of the product, each part will be processed to try to assemble into their own structure of relatively independent parts. Check whether the mortise and tenon combination is tight, there is no crooked or warped corners, etc. If found not in line with the components should be adjusted or replaced in a timely manner. Nail reinforcement. Use the nail gun to nail the jointed parts every 3 to 5 cm. Pressurized clamping. Clamp the assembled parts with frame assembling machine or jig under pressure. Waiting for solidification. Leave it for about 8 hours to send to the next process.
Apply glue evenly to the parts assemble connections. Assemble glue is divided into two kinds, including one component and two component glue, which can be selected according to the actual situation. The semi-finished products of assembling should be no near head exceed and nearing leakage. The combination must be tightening, and all the overflow glue must be wiped immediately. The size tolerance of the assembled parts must within 1 millimeter. And after assembling, an age time is needed for about 8 hours before the products are sending to the next process. When the parts are assembled, we need to check again to confirm that they are meet the quality requirements and there is no burst edge, scratch, damage edge. The size of process line is consistent, and the nail hole, stop, scratch, and other position must be repaired by the same color party. In this picture, the worker is preparing a nail hole with party of the same color. There is no dent after repair, and the surface and corners of the repair side should be uniform, and the thickness should be consistent. After the repair, party is dry, and it can be sent. After the parts are assembled and before painting, sanding treatment is required, and the parts must be sand flat to ensure the painting effects. Grain which a hand grinder, which sandpaper number is 180 along the direction of bamboo grain, and edge and corner are freed of shoulders and tears, and the fine sand is used the sandpaper of number 240. The flat parts can be finely sanded with a sandal machine. It must be paid more attention that the edges and corners should not be polished and deformed. The grading, treatment, or scratches should not be penetrated. The sandpaper marks should not be too obvious, and there should not be no waste on the plant or other parts. Let's switch the grinding video.
Grinding. The assembled furniture and parts are sanded with manual sanding machine number 180 sandpaper in the direction of bamboo grain, until the edges and corners of the furniture parts are free of prickly hands and tears, and precisely sanded to number 240 sandpaper. And the flat parts can be precisely sanded with the sanding machine. Note that the edges and corners of the parts should not be deformed. The sanding treatment of scratches should not be allowed to be sanded to perforation. The sandpaper traces should not be too obvious. And the plane or other parts should not have the phenomenon of waves.
picture shows that the workers use a sander to fully sand the parts, while using different machine and sandpaper depend on the sanding accuracy. The picture is a vertical vibration sander. This picture shows that the workers are sanding parts, which are disc grinder, which powered by pressed air. This is a work sanding, which are horizontal vibration sander. This picture shows how the curved parts to sanding. This machine, named curved part sanding machine, it is mainly sanding the special shape products. There may be sand link after machine sanding, so it is necessary to inspection and edit a process of manual sand, which sandpaper of number 320 to number 420. Surface coating is actually a construction process in which a product is coated with paint, and after the paint is drying, a coat film with protection property is formed. Its function is to increase the aesthetics of bamboo productions, effectively protect and prolong the durability. The surface coating process is usually 2 bottom paint and 1 top coat. The present, PU, UV, and other water-based paints are commonly used for surface finishing, and the selection is based on product catalog and requirements. Before painting, clean the residual dirt, fingerprints, dust, etc. on the surface of the work pieces. Let's take a look at the surface coating video.
Surface coating. Usually the 2 bottoms and 1 surface of the furniture will be surface coated. Currently commonly used PU, UV, water-based coat for surface coating. According to the product category and requirements to choose. According to the specifications of the sprayed parts to adjust the width of the gun and the flow of coating. Requiring uniform coat spraying, consistent color, full, flat, smooth coat film, no leakage of spray, hanging and other size. After the primer, we need to use 320 sandpaper to sand the coat smoothly. No wavy feeling, no deformation, no obvious sand marks, and other quality problems. After spraying, the coated parts need to be placed in the drying area to dry for a certain period of time.
Paint should be sprayed evenly. Color is consistent. Paint film is full. Level of smooth. After the premier coating is dry, it is necessary to use the sanding paper, which number is 320, to polish the painted parts and make sure that all the parts without wavy feeling, deformation, obvious sand marks, and other quality problems. This is our worker applying premier coating on the painting line. When spraying, the width of the gun and the flow of the pen should be adjusted according to the type of spray parts. For the strip say productions that can be sprayed by the handing coating line, it has more efficiency. Dry for 4 to 8 hours after spraying. The coating film is even and full without flower pen, accumulation pen, sticky pen, crack, whiten, stain, and gum mask, etc. This picture shows the top coat painting. Before this coating, product should be checked. Ensure that the surface is smooth and clean. Dry 4 to 6 hours after coating. The coating surface is dry. The surface of paint is smooth and it has no defect such as surface folding, particle, and burring. The paint film is uniform and full. The lumber grain is clean. The surface is no unevenness, no dust particle, no paint leakage, no fingerprint, no accumulation paint, no water stain, no oil flowers, no whiten, etc. The paint adhesion should be strong, and there should be no undeterred phenomenon. After coating the paint, it is another important process of tri-assembly. Let's look at the assembly video.
Product assembly. Assemble the parts of the furniture to confirm the integrity of the product and its compliance with quality requirements.
After the try assembly, we must check and ensure that there is no any error or quality problems about the productions and its all parts. After try assembly, before package, the products should be inspected to confirm that its size, color, construction, and appearance are all meet the quality requirements. And there is a value.
Inspection. Inspection of finished furniture products after production to confirm whether their size, color, structure, appearance, etc. meet the quality requirements and the need to return unqualified products for repair or reproduction.
The inspection include checking the overall color match. The productions is consistent without color difference. The paint surface of the production is smooth. There is no flaw hint, uneven spring, leakage spray,
We don't have any procedure.
fog wide, and other
They have to do
phenomena.
procedure. We don't have any procedure.
Touching the paint surface with your hand to check for smoothness and present of particles. Non-conforming productions are returned for repair or reproduction. Packaging should be carried out after the products are qualified in inspection. Different bamboo productions has different packing message. And the heat shrinkable film shown in the picture can be generally used for small products. In generally, bamboo productions are packaged which are appropriate packing material and technologies. It is convenient to protect the products in the circulation process, facilitate storage and transportation. Another, it can promote the sales. Now, please share the video of packaging.
Packing. According to the packaging scheme of furniture products, the qualified products are packaged to avoid damage to the furniture products during transportation.
Before packaging, the productions need to be clean and free of glue, residue, dust, stain, etc. The surface of workpiece must be not bumped, scratched, etc. The painted part should be protected with PP paper to avoid scratch, the finish pane and protect the corners, edges, and bumps. The hardware, accessories, and parts are complete. There are no shortage, links, and mistakes. The packaging should be firm, sturdy, and beautiful. And the packing method should meet the protection requirements. After packing is complete, the protectors in the box should not be shaken or not fixed firmly. This picture shows the storage requirements. Place the finished protectors in warehouse. After packing, stack height should not exceed the safety height of 1.5 meters. After the introduction in the part above, let's summarize the production technology of bamboo laminated lumber protectors. The first step is processing of ball. Then, the thickness sanding, fine cutting, milling, grooving, and drilling. Next process is trimming and component assembly. Then, grinding and surface coating. After that is finished product assembly, inspection, and finally, packaging and storage. These are the entire process of bamboo laminate production processing. If you have any other questions, please leave a message on the message board and we will discuss them in the question and answer section. Thank you.
姜老师是第一部分结束了吗 ？Okay, Sanjita, can we have some questions for the first part? Oh, I just see somebody raise their hand. Okay, I think we have a question from Mr. Kotu, because this question is from yesterday. Mr. Kotu is asking regarding to, like, since most of bamboo is only utilized partly only for making laminated bamboo, how many percentage of the comb is used? I think the question is regarding to, like, for laminated bamboo products, if we are using most of bamboo pole, how much of the pole is used? I think it's by weight. So we asked Professor Jiang to answer this question. 姜老师，静音解除。
Okay, thanks. We were discussing the first question is the comb, bamboo comb is not only used for laminated lumber. In fact, the whole bamboo comb, different parts for different use. For the laminated lumber, we only used about half of the combs. The other half of the combs we used another use. So you can see another productions in tomorrow's course. There's a bamboo scrimp. And another thing I like to from the help of 精卫，就是说用来做支撑杆和那个种菜的那个条子啊，北方拿去种菜，猪尾巴这一段我们拿去种菜。你帮我翻译一下。
Thank you so much, Professor. Yeah, we learned a lot from your presentation and also yesterday and also today. Thank you so much for the answer also. Have a nice day.
Thank you, call two.
And another information is if we use the half of the comb to do the laminated lumber, in this use, also only 50% of the combs was used.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you. Because I want to ask this question on behalf of all the Cambodia bamboo countries, because Cambodia bamboos are like you said yesterday, on the top part of the bamboo is a little bit not straight, a bit bent. So that's why we have to remove. We cannot use it for the laminated bamboo. So that's why we will use the middle part of the bamboo only for the laminated bamboo. So that's why I also want to ask you that question. For the Moso bamboo, now you said 50% of the comb is using for the right?
Yes.
Yeah, that is very clear answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kotu. And we have Madeline Solis, who is asking, what are the other binding materials that can be used, including the laminated bamboo? 就是有什么其他类型的胶可以用来做这个集成材的胶吗？
我要查一下那个分权胶怎么讲，昨天忘记了。昨天
这
讲
个叫 phenolformaldehyde
啊
分权胶
，phenolformaldehyde is the first for the outdoor. Is an outdoor. The floorings in indoor is a 我们叫做料醛胶，就 UF 胶，叫怎么讲？昨天查出来的。
那个叫做 urea formaldehyde 分权和那个尿醛，因为咱们老说，所以我就记得。
这两个胶。然后呢，食品级的呢，一般来说，我们昨天说这白乳胶，昨天我没专门去查一下。
对，昨天那个白乳胶，白乳胶昨天我也查了。你还说了一个 MDI， 好像是。
MDI 是异氰酸酯胶，异氰酸酯，我打给你。
白乳胶，对，您打到那个叫 white latex，yes， white latex。Phenolformaldehyde is for outdoor, urea formaldehyde is for indoor, and so that means this is commonly used, but sometimes we use white latex and MDI. MDI 您叫什么
？MDI 异氰酸酯我打上去了。我马上打给你个人，在那个群里面。
异氰酸酯胶。
酸酯对。
In Chinese, it is called so isocyanate adhesive, something like that.
我找到了，发给你，找到了。我找到，马上发给个人。
Okay, so I see Dowsy raised her hand.
Thank you
Dowsy,
again.
please.
Thank you, Jimmy and Dr. Zhang for the comprehensive presentation. My question is, has life cycle assessment been done on the products that you presented as well as the processes? Because I remember Jinwei, I think it was Pablo who actually one of the members of the task force of INBAR who have been doing life cycle assessment on the part of Guadua, right? So in relation to the ESG concerns as well as the carbon emissions and the circular economy, so I'm tying all the three together. Is there a life cycle assessment that has been already done on what Dr. Jiang presented?
金老师帮我翻译一下，金老师。
Sorry， 我没打开。那个他就是问，就是产品生命周期评估有没有做过？因为就是原来我们国际中组织这边有官员做过这个，不是有项目哈，就是做过那个瓜多竹，就是那个拉丁美洲那个瓜多竹哈，它的一个那个产品项目周期，因为他们那个产品可能比较简单。那我们的这个产品呢，是一个很长的那个产业链，我们有没有做过这个相关的调研？
目前来说呢，就是有一家 IKEA 他过来做采购的时候，他有一个产业认证和这种工厂的验厂，那叫工厂认证，他们有做这个毛竹方面的
认证，
还有一家 Home Depot，一家 Home Depot，Costco， Costco。
Yeah, Professor is saying that IKEA and Costco has been working with the institute together, and they used to do the industry certification and factory certification, the manufacturer's certification. So that means they inspected the processes. Although this is not a complete life cycle assessment, but basically they have assessed the bamboo raw materials production part and the processing part of the factory. But I think probably the market part is missing. However, they have done certification according to their own company's requirements.
Yes, thank you. I actually mentioned that because I participated in the standards development in working group 2 of ISO TC 296, which is the working group concerned with bamboo flooring. So as I stated yesterday in the chat box, the standard, the ISO standard for the indoor use of bamboo flooring has already been published last year. We have already also in the stages of developing the standard for outdoor flooring, and we hope to finish it hopefully this year or maybe early next year. So that is the relevance. Standardization is important because we talk about life cycle assessment, but now there is another term which is EPD, which is actually a voluntary certification or declaration from the manufacturer on what climate smart technologies are included, as well as transportation and logistics. So this is the emerging, another, it's already being promoted in the US. Maybe not yet here so much in Asia, but in the recent engineered bamboo for sustainable construction conference that we had online where INBAR participated together with the University of British Columbia, SAFU, Sejong Agriculture and Forestry University, and the World Bamboo Organization, EPD was already mentioned. So that's why I'm trying to synergize letter E, letter P, and letter D.
EPD.
So it's EPD. It's in North America. I think it's already being so it goes hand in hand with the life cycle assessment. So I remember Pablo mentioned or presented before the life cycle assessment for Guadua. So I hope that since Professor Jiang, the institute is already working with manufacturers, then maybe we can continue and then we will link this together for future training, Jinwei.
Yes, I think that's very good suggestions.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, so in cooperation with ISO 296, technical group 296, so we could conduct many trainings together. I was talking with Professor Jiang regarding to train the trainers in different countries, and so we need to first establish something like a task group or like an expert training experts group together to conduct such training. So I think in the coming year, I'm going to probably in the INBAR's 25th anniversary event, we are going to propose, probably we need to establish a group, a task group of training the trainers. And so that means we need to get the training experts from different fields together to provide specific trainings, like standardization of the products is very important here, and we could see that in every step of the processing, Professor Jiang is trying to explain that how we meet the standards of the final product. And it's every product has a target market, and we identify our products according to the target markets. So it is everything is oriented, and all the processing steps and the technologies are targeting. And so this is so important, and we train our workers. Yesterday we say, and our production manager. We train the production manager, and we train the engineer, bamboo machine engineer, and we train the workers who operate on the machines all accordingly. So this is very important. By providing these kind of trainings, we could eventually solve the problem of the technical gaps between the markets, between our industries. So in that case, we could meet each other's industries, and then we could promote regional cooperation in trade and green development, green transition. So therefore, I think it's very important. Thank you, Darcy, for the good information. 姜老师就说他说呢，就是他是那个就是 ISO 296的嘛，就是那个我们那个296的，就是那个国际标准组织有一个专门针对竹藤的那个标准技术组嘛，所以呢，他提出来就是说呢，现在就是说他们去年已经推出了关于这个竹地板的那个国际标准，就 ISO 的标准。那么，他说这个室外和就是室外的已经推了，然后呢，就室内的可能今年很快也会推出来。然后呢，就是说他说呢，现在呢，就是北美地区里，就是他们已经推出来一些，就是对就整个加工过程，整个这个生产过程，有一个就是针对这个气候变化的那么一个评估，就是包括咱们的运输都要这个对气候变化要负责的，就是对气候变化负责的这么一种生产方式。然后呢，他刚才问这个就是这个产品生命周期的这个，也是因为就是说很快他们标准组织就要考虑这个问题。另外呢，他说就是在北美地区现在已经有一个叫做 EBD 的一个评估的这么一个程序，然后回头我们看一看，我现在不大清楚这个事上。然后那个他说呢，就是现在就仅在北美地区实施，然后没见亚洲的实施。他觉得就是说，我们应该就是后期应该对就是全球的这个竹子生产商哈，就是包括就竹板材生产商要开始进行陆续的这种就是标准化的和这个认证这方面的培训。 标准化生产，因为您的这个介绍是非常的就是标准化的一种介绍嘛。然后呢，就是大家也感觉这个问题是非常重要的，但是呢，我们仅仅介绍是不够的，就是他们希望就是将来能够有这样子的培训，所以我说我们将来会成立一个就是培训组嘛，就是专家组，然后专门是搞就是这一类的培训，就具有针对性的。OK，yeah，
OK， 金老师还有一个，我们他群里问他对女工多是好事还是不好的，不知道，不好回答，不好回答，
So we talked about 您可以回答一下，就是我们这个产业对这个妇女的这个好处吧，就是比如说这个我们比如说一个工厂里到底就是女性的就业比例是多少哈，就是比如说一个工厂里100个人是多少个人是女性哈，就是我觉得这个也挺好玩的，就是咱们女性也可能就是在这个比如说这个产品啊，还就是产品销售啊这方面，可能也都就业，就不光是在那个工厂里头。我觉得就是可能这个产业也是对妇女也是挺友好的。
没错。我想说3个啊，第一个呢，这个产业对妇女非常友好，大家看到的这些情况呢，其实只有1/3的妇女大家看到的，还有2/3的妇女大家是看不到的。比如说，我们做笋和笋干，他们都在自己的家门口做。第二个呢，很多人就淘宝电商做亚马逊，他们都在做这种竹笋和竹制品这一块的这种销售啊、包装啊、服务啊、运输啊这一块市场这一块的。那么第3个呢，就是我们很多妇女，她其实是解决了她的一个就业问题和增加她的收入问题。因为呢，这竹子特别对妇女特别友好在哪里呢？她的体力劳动啊，很多体力劳动比较轻，特别是适合于那些带孩子的妈妈，因为呢，她们不能做全职的工作，她们可以做那种兼职的工作，或者说季节性的工作。那么春天的时候做笋的时候呢，你来做一下，后面就不用做了，而且呢，它也不用全年的这种脱产啊，去影响家庭、影响小孩啊。当然了，我们这边的劳动保护这块要加强了。
好的。So, Professor, about women's employment in this industry, Professor would like to give some comments. Of course, we see that this industry is women-friendly. Actually, what we have seen in the video is only 1/3 of the women that hired in the factory. You only see those women hired in the factory, but more women are working on sales, like e-commerce of the products, of the bamboo products, like the bamboo shoot products. And also they are, some of them are working from home in collaboration with the factories. For example, the dried bamboo shoot processing, some of them can work from home and then send the semi-products to the factory for finishing. And so Professor is saying that most of the, 2/3 of the women are working in the e-commerce and the packaging and the services and transportation of the industry. And so that means only 1/3 of the women are working in the factory, and also those women working in this industry is women friendly because some women needs to take care of their children and the old people at home, and our industry can be a temporary job, so it is also seasonal, like the bamboo shoot industry is a seasonal industry, and the pre-processing and the in the factory, they can also be temporary job. The women are paid by the pieces they finish. So that means they can take job, and then they can at the same time take care of the home. So this is a very flexible employment situation. So he said actually it is good for women, and the income is good as long as they are trained and they are skillful in production. So they get some income, and they can help these women to improve their house conditions, and also to help the education of the children and the health of the family members. So these are women-friendly work.
Thank you for mentioning that, Dr. Zhang. I am a signatory to the United Nations Women's Empowerment Principles. So that is why, yes, so
women empowerment.
Yes, those who are here, actually, it is not limited to women. You can be a signatory even if you're of a different gender. So the UN, the United Nations, of which I have been active since 2014, there is a document called the UN Women's Empowerment Principles, because then this happened even before COVID. So among the priorities of the United Nations, number one, during the COVID and post-COVID recovery would be, of course, fighting and addressing the climate crisis. Second is empowerment of the youth and women and the most vulnerable sectors, and targeting gender equality, and of course, creating livelihoods, job generation, and healthcare. So bamboo plays in all those, plays a vital role, plus construction, infrastructure, using ICT or information communications technology for climate resilience. So we're using now AI, like the drones. Okay, we're using AI together with the Internet of Things. So there are farmers, for example, here in the Philippines, our team on the ICT group, there's already a driverless tractor. It's an agribot. We call it an agribot, which helps the farmers, especially the senior citizens who can no longer operate a tractor, something like that. So that's why my suggestion would be, since Dr. Zhang was the one who mentioned it, I know that INBAR has already some database as far as Indian women, right? Indian women, but can we further expand it to other regions? When you say, so which means ISO, okay, so I can now speak for ISO, I'm one of the conveners. ISO has a gender action policy. So which means for every enterprise, for example, or for every office or institution, you actually segregate by gender and also by age. So we would know the demographics of those who are in a specific industry in order to better assess their needs and what type of capacity building training we can provide. So for us, So for example, just in ISO, for our technical committee, even in the Bureau of Philippine Standards, there is genders segregated data. So we know how many are female, how many are LGBTQ, how many are male in specific institutions. And Professor Zhang mentioned that what we actually see in the video is just 1/3 of the women working in the industry. So maybe we can further have studies on that, and I see expand it. Okay, thank you.
Women are in the more powerful positions in the industry, and they are like in the probably in the financing part, in the calculators. Like they are calculating the cost and the profits, and they're controlling the the financing, and also I think they are controlling the markets. They are doing the selling, the sales, and see the last year in Angie's tour, we see our women e-commerce merchant, and she's introducing the bamboo cloths, the bamboo towels, and all the clothes, and she's selling. So she's doing an excellent job. She has categorized the products and she's selling them online on Taobao and Alibaba. And so therefore, they are in more important positions. And we could see that her own company is designing some products and targeting some special markets, and then they drive the industries in the other locations in China to produce bamboo fiber and textiles for them. So they are doing a very important supply chain work. And actually, I think, as you said, this kind of training is not only for skills, but also for the whole chain of the industry, including the business part. I think the business management is also very important, and the marketing is as well very important, and product design. So therefore, I think we should think widely. So that's including the finance agencies and the trade we want to promote. So I'm designing a session in the 25th anniversary conference, INBAR 2022. This session is going to be dedicated to like bridging the gaps for green financing, green trade, and carbon neutrality projects. So I think this is regarding to capacity building. Our capacity building's purpose is bridging gap not only technology, but also the gaps between our industries, like among our different regions, industries, and also trade. And also the information knowledge, as well as personnel, the gap of our specialized personnel in the industry. I think most important is entrepreneurs. So I'm combining this session together with an entrepreneurs forum, our second entrepreneurs forum. Last year we have one, and we also talked about women issues. And this year we have the second entrepreneurs forum, and we're going further with like connecting the entrepreneurs together. That means we are driving our green industries. We are promoting our green industries by combining the specialized personnel together. So we could like innovate new industries and new trade for the green transition in the region. So that is our purposes. I hope our participants could. I'm glad that we raised this issue, and I hope our participants to this training workshop could continue pay attention, and later this year could participate the session, and also to give your cases, like your industry development cases, and to show your cases to the financing agencies and green trade agencies that we invite to the session. Okay, so we are going to have we are not going to only exchange among ourselves. We are going to exchange with the planners and the financing agencies and the trade agencies. really, we are going to exchange with them, and we are going to raise their awareness, and they are going to raise our awareness. How can we do this together? Like Dulcie, what she is doing is from standards point of view, she is raising our awareness in this workshop. Thank you very much, Dulcie. Yeah. Okay, can we continue with the
还有一个问题就是他要一个那个设备的清单。
设备清单，还有一个隔路的问题，还有一个就是说那个含甲醛的不是对那个环境污染了。那我们先针对这两个问题吧。Okay, we answer 2 questions and then we start the second part. Okay.
第一个问题呢就是设备清单，这个呢因为种族部分啊，我们明天会讲到，明天会提到，其中呢。最重要的设备，其实我们是一个四面报，四面报的英语叫做 four-side planner，four-side planner 就四个面，上下左右都可以报切到，叫做这个
四面报。
那么，四面报第二个呢，就是它这边需要一些设备清单那么我们可能知道它的投资是多少，它的工程师的水平是怎么样子的，我们也可能不知道。当然，如果我们不知道的情况下，我们怎么办呢？我们套餐的形式回答他。比如说，我们假想你投资高，我们一个解决方案给你这边；那么你投资低，我们给你一个方案。我们是假想。然后呢，我想问他一下，他所在的国家和地区在哪里？然后呢，他的族种主要是什么族种？因为今天我们讲的虽然是毛族。但是呢，我们其实想抛砖引玉的，不是说非毛族的问题，非毛族的国家我们就不讨论了，不交流了，不是这个意思，只是说以毛族作为一个种类来引开一些族产业的升级的问题。大概我的建议是这样子的，你问他有没有什么需求
？Okay, I think one of our participants asked for the list of machines in the industry. Actually, we have many different machines, and some of them, like in the final parts of the industry, is very similar to the wood industry machine. But the former parts, before it become a panel, quite different from wood industry. I have to tell all the participants, you have to pay attention that the bamboo industry now is still not very fully developed as the wood industry. So that means wood industry can have many standardized machines, and that you can you can purchase all over the world, but that's not the case of bamboo. Besides, we have different bamboo species, and as yesterday we have discussed that we need to adjust the machines according to the local bamboo resources, like what species you have. Another issue is depending on the investment level. So that means how much investment is available for this factory. So that means what is the plan for your factory, depending also on the final products you want to produce. So we know and at the same time we also want to know the the worker skills you have. If you have workers who does not have experiences or does not have the skill operating on the bamboo machine, and then we probably have a plan. And if you have experienced workers, skillful workers who have already operated on bamboo machine, we have another plan for you. So that means we need to know these information before we give you packaged service. So we need if you don't have this information, it's very hard for us to give you what type of machine, because we have different types of machine. Like Professor says, we have 40 years of development in the past, and we have in the beginning primary time, we have those low efficiency but low cost machine. Now we have high efficient but high cost machine, but it needs very skillful, very experienced workers to manage. So that means we need to evaluate your situation, and before we could think about like which type of package is suitable for you. I think probably this type of, if you have zero experiences of bamboo development in your region, and we suggest this package including training of your workers and training of your managers. This type of services should be packaged with the machine supply. I think that's very important to make sure your project is successful. I think a professor has been talking yesterday. He talked about this type of services. So I think maybe after this course, we should. I'm giving you tomorrow. I'm giving you a questionnaire, probably regarding to the needs from our regions, what kind of needs you technical needs or machine needs or training needs from your region. So we probably have this kind of survey among our participants, so we have an idea in the future what we in future training what we do, and we can continue communicate with each other. If you are interested in the discussion, I think we can have a group, maybe Facebook group or LinkedIn group. We continue to discuss the bridging gaps issue. OK， 还有那个胶的问题。Regarding to the glue, I think our participants is asking, I think the formaldehyde resin Mahdi is asking, the formaldehyde resin have negative effects on the environment. So what to do? What expect for future? Yeah， 就是他说那就是如果甲醛对环境有这个影响的话，我们未来他可能就是说是不是未来会换掉，或者是有新的研究关于这个胶。
我先说3个背景啊。第一个背景呢，就是这个现在的采购商啊，宜家呀、沃尔玛呀、Home Depot 啊，他们都有很严格的这种有害物质的有害物质的这种含量的标准啊，你超过标准不可能被采购的。包括美国都有加州的这 COM2 标准，就是它的空气质量委员会啊，就是 COM2 标准，那么都很严格。那么中国也很严格的啊。第二个呢，就是大家对于这种甲醛的挥发，目前来说是20年前的、10年前的这种印象，现在呢都有0挥发甲醛，就是说我们在原料中间它可能用了甲醛，但是呢它发生了聚合反应以后它就不是甲醛了，已经变成了一个第三方的一种其他的物体的发生化学变化了，它没有甲醛，没有挥发在空气中间的甲醛，或者说特别少。我们也做过一个实验，我们做过实验，什么实验呢？就是杨树，就是用我们的那个国外进口的杨树，那么它来做这种绑材，没有加任何的甲醛的原料，它甲醛也是含有0.1克、0.1毫克一升，0.1毫克一升这个含量。所以说呢，目前来说，科学技术已经解决了这个问题，也达到了这个相关的这种实验和这种市场准入的这个标准。当然呢，现在还有更多的胶，更环保的胶，只是说成本原因。那么 我们有不是没有，只是成本还有效率的原因。比方说，一种胶我们叫做 PU 胶 ，PU 就是那个叫做聚氨酯水性聚氨酯胶，那么它是没有毒的。一辆汽车里面40%的零部件都是这种我们叫做PU， 就聚氨酯。那么这种胶也能用，但是呢，它对这种功能的要求管理要求很高。比如说，它要用酒精来洗，每天下班要用酒精来洗机器。那这样的话呢，对我们的这个管理很麻烦啊。所以说用什么胶呢？它不是说它是一个指标的问题，它是多方面的考虑。还有呢，很多胶它不耐长途运输，不耐储存啊，对这种误差很敏感，在工厂里面都不可能说很方便的使用。所以说它是一个平衡。当然，首先我们不管怎么说，我们首先要保证它是安全的、达标的啊，安全达标是我们最关键的2个词。
Okay, Professor, regarding to the glue and the security of the glue, Professor has the following comments. He says, of course, we have now we have like some high-end markets like IKEA and Walmart and North America and European. They all have very specific and very severe control of the glue issues of the products they import. So our factories our factories production processes, the glue we use, all meet their market requirements. The free formaldehyde impression came from 20 years ago or maybe 15 years ago. Those products, but now with the progress of our technology, we could change the formaldehyde's chemical feature in the product, and so they are not free formaldehyde. They will not go into the air. They will stay. They become stable and they are changed. They are no longer formaldehyde itself. So he said there is there is a polymerization process. There is a by this process the formaldehyde was changed, the chemical feature was changed. So it's fixed. It's not going into the air. Of course, we also have a very environment friendly glue that we could choose, which we called waterborne
水性聚氨酯 the PU
waterborne polyurethane. So it's a PUD. This kind of glue is used as now the most environment friendly glue. But it is, however, considering the cost, this is very high cost, and it is not friendly for to our manufacturing processes. Sometimes our factories need to consider the balancing between the market needs and our cost effectiveness. So in this case, we try our best to meet the needs of the market and to make the standardized products. At the same time, we try to make our products meet the best quality. At the same time, however, if you are using a glue, you are producing a durable product. Sometimes the best glue also contains formaldehyde. You cannot remove formaldehyde from the glue. If the glue does not have formaldehyde, then it will not work. So professor says according to US research, the best glue has like 0.1 milligram of formaldehyde. It still have formaldehyde, but it's not free formaldehyde. That means it will not be released to the air, to the environment during the product utilization. Of course, there will be a degradation issue, like after the products degrade, there still be an environment issue. But most of our 姜老师，那是不是我们的这个外用的这个这些，就比如说明天咱们这个外用就种植的这个板子哈，就在室外用的这些板子是可以回收和这个再利用的，是属于
明天我们讲的这板子呢，首先它用的胶水也一定是合格的，它不能说因为它放在户外用啊，这个挥发到空气中间去，我们就不管它了。它也有它的对应的，我们叫做有毒有害物质含量标准，专门一个国家标准，和美国也有这个标准，欧洲、日本他们都有这个标准，我们必须要遵守这个标准。这第一个。第二个呢，我们明天讲的这个种植，我们在户外呢，它有3种情况，它这个生命周期啊，它的功能周期上市以后，它有3种情况。那第一种情况呢，一般情况下，它就是自然的被细菌分解掉了啊，变成了这种粉末啊，到土壤里面去了啊，这是第一种情况。那第二种情况呢，我们很多人把它拆除下来，再进行加工啊，作为一种工业品的这种填料。那么比如说有一些这种国家，那么它用的这种我们叫做叫做多种材料的复合地板，就是包括把我们这些材料作为填料，它填进去了。当然这种材料肯定不可能很高端，因为它用的是回收的材料。那第3个呢，实际上我们这边还有很多的这种地方，它作为这种压缩打碎压缩变成一种我们叫做燃料棒，就叫做生物质颗粒啊，就烧锅炉用的那个我们叫做生物质颗粒啊，这种来烧啊。那么主要的就是有这么3种，当然还有其他的啊，比如说这种户外的这种材料呢，一般来说我们可以用15年以上。那么很多人在那个我们这个乡村地区，他们用来做那些没有助能的一些搭建，比方说搭个什么这个柴火的间啊，那个养一些这种鸡鸭鹅的这种鸡舍啊，这些地方对材料要求不高啊，这些地方。那么这就是我们行业的这种现实的真实的情况是这样子的。那就这样。
我就跟他说，就是说我们回收，我们有这个再利用吧，回收再利用就好了。
对。
对。Professor says that for outdoor use, for example, tomorrow we are going to introduce bamboo scraper. The glue use are going to be more than laminated material. However, we have national standards and also our target market, like Europe and North America, they have this toxic matter contained standards. And our product, our manufacturing process is going to meet their requirements, the content of the final products. And for like outdoor situation, he explained that we have 3 situations. One is that it will decompose itself naturally. And the second and third is that they will be recycled. Most of the like outdoor materials after use, they could be utilized as fillings for like composite industry materials. 工业填料。
对，这样子还有一个，我想因为一个案例给他
industrial fillers, like for a kind of composite flooring, they become fillers of the flooring products. And the third is they will be like become powder and then pelleted and become like a pelleting energy pellets for energy generation purpose. Sometimes after we recycle the outdoor products, they can still be used for some structures, not for human, but some structures like for storage in the rural area, for storage of fuels, or for like chicken, for the shed of the poultry, for the shed of the animals. So these type of materials are sometimes recycled. So this is how we try to use them and try to reduce the effect to the environment.
这样说，我还有一个，我想举个例子，他们很快对这个安全就没有什么担心，就是说我们每年都出口很多的马厩板，就是养马的地方的房子叫马厩，马厩板呢送到那个欧洲去，因为呢那匹马都很贵的，但是马厩呢为什么用竹子呢？因为马的牙齿经常去磨那个它的这个房间的那个墙壁，如果用石头或者说用其他材料会把马的牙齿给磨坏的。但是呢，它又磨下一些那个粉末磨下来，如果有毒的话呢，马也是有毒的。但是呢，他们这些人为了保证这个材料，万一被马磨下来又吃进去了是有毒的，这是不行的。所以说呢，他们一定保证我们的这种种竹板和铺竹板对马是没有伤害的对人也是没有伤害的。就是说，它已经达到食品级的这种标准了用这个例子可能是通俗易懂，我们不要讲的那么官方的一些指标对，有画面感。
Okay, Professor will give you an example of the product. So he said every year we export a lot of we call the stable board to Europe. Because they have many places, many stables where they raise the horses, where they keep the horses, and so they prefer to use bamboo boards, bamboo laminated boards, or bamboo screenber boards for the stable. And this kind of boards, because their consideration is that sometimes the horse likes to bite the boards and the fence. Okay, and so sometimes when they bite it, it will be broken and become powder and then fall to ground. So in order to protect the horse, so they think that the powder of the bamboo board is safe for the horse. If they eat them in, it is safe for them. So this is an example for you to understand that the product of bamboo laminated board and screenber board is actually safe for the horse, because the European people, they use bamboo boards for stable. So probably he said that this kind of example is more understandable for our participants, rather than giving you some figures.
刚才我们说的马是比赛用马，是那奥运会的比赛用马，不是一般的那种很便宜的那种马是很贵的马
是赛马。Yeah. So he said the horse they are racing are for the racing, for the Olympic horse racing. Those horses. So these horses are very expensive horses, are not common horses. Okay, I think we could continue to the second part, and then we we have discussions together again.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Jingyan, Dean of Yuan'an Institute of Bamboo Industry, which is located in Yuan'an City, China. This class focuses on production technology of bamboo charcoal and related equipment. If you have any question during the lecture, you can leave the message on the message board. After lecture, we will discuss your questions. The main purpose of the call is discussing about what bamboo charcoal is, what it uses, and the process of making one of the types of bamboo charcoal that we focus on, machine-made bamboo charcoal. First of all, let's introduce the bamboo charcoal. In modern life, bamboo charcoal has a wide range of use, especially in the field of home life, beauty care, and green food. Even in agriculture and garden industry. And it is becoming indispensable necessary for people's clothing, food, housing, transportation, and medical care, as well as a consumer, fashion, and a culture of health care. What is bamboo charcoal? The first feeling should be a kind of material that can ignite, which are black color. There is a definition of bamboo charcoal, which are high quality. It is made from mossel bamboo that is more than 3 years old and is fired at a temperature near 1000 degrees Celsius. Bamboo charcoal has a loose and porous structure, but its texture is hard. Today, we mainly introduce the bamboo charcoal produced by mossel bamboo because we use a large number of mossel bamboo to produce the laminated number and their terminal productions. Just we talking about in yesterday, during the processings, we have large number of residue. So this residue is the raw materials of bamboo charcoal. Now, let's talk about the classification of bamboo charcoal from the refining degree. Refinement is a measure used in the Japanese charcoal standard to determine the degree of charring, and is often measured by a refinement method. The principle of determining the degree of charring is based on the electronic resistance of charcoal, which range from 100 to 108 ohm. The degree of charring of bamboo charcoal is also great, which reference to the refinement of charcoal, which is related to the volatile fraction, moisture, ash, and other factors. The table that appears on the screen now shows the relationship between trilling temperature and the refinement degree. The higher the trilling degree, the lower the resistance value, and the smaller the refinement value. In the table, the temperature of 700 to 800 degrees Celsius is used to burn carbon, and the corresponding the refinement of the charcoal is 1 to 2. The shape of bamboo charcoal can be divided into 5 forms: bamboo charcoal tube, flat bamboo charcoal, fresh bamboo charcoal, granular bamboo charcoal, and powdered bamboo charcoal. This table summarizes the different specification and characteristics of these 5 kinds of charcoal. Let's have a look. For example, the size of bamboo charcoal tube is generally 2 to 6 centimeters in diameter and 5 to 15 centimeters in length. Bamboo charcoal briquette, commonly known as charcoal sticks, barbecue charcoal. It is used the bamboo preceding residue, which is crushed, dry, textured, and charred. It is a natural and environmentally friendly product that can be used for barbecue heating and water purification instead of traditional charcoal, and is of particular importance for the protection of the ecological environment. Its shape and specification are of uniform length and size in each batch of production, and it has a reasonable structure. The size of the middle hole or solid, which is helpful for use. It does not contain chemical substance, and it is no toxic, odorless, and non-polluting. There is no spark or smoke when burning. It is easy to burn. Ash is also not easy to fry everywhere and very easy to clean. Now, it is the second part of today's lecture. In this part, we will introduce the role of bamboo charcoal, especially introduce how the charcoal used in different fields. Bamboo charcoal as a fuels. Bamboo charcoal is used as fuel for barbecues, picnics, and even for heating. It has large surface area and more than 2 times of firepower of ordinary wood truck. For water purification, bamboo charcoal has strong absorption property and can absorb residue, chlorine, antihypertension, and other chemicals in water, make it very suitable for purification of river water and domestic water. Not only in water and in air, since bamboo charcoal itself has countless pores. Such charcoal pores can efficiently absorb a part of fluorine substance in air and play an absorption or the decomposition or deodorization role for harmful chemicals. For indoor humidity regulation, bamboo charcoal is fine and porous with a large superficial surface area, which can absorb moisture if the surrounding environment is humid, and release moisture if the surrounding environment is dry. For absorption of odor, bamboo charcoal has a strong capacity. It can purify the air, eliminate odor, moisture absorption, and anti-mold, antibacterial, and insect repellents. The tiny pores of bamboo charcoal can absorb acetylene gas or other bad smells produced by refrigerator food, keeping the freshness of physical object in the refrigerator. You can also put bamboo charcoal in a rice bowl to prevent insects. Put it in the cabinet to dehumidify, anti-mold, and deodorize. You can also put bamboo charcoal in the rice again to absorb some residue in the white rice, and the rice will be cooked more sweet and delicious. Bamboo charcoal also is a good soil amendment material because of its high voidness, which makes it ideal as a carrier of soil microorganisms and organic natures, and can enhance the soil vitality. Bamboo charcoal has weak electronic conductivity, which plays the role of anti-static, ensuring the electronic magnetic radiation. In this part, we were discussing about the process of making bamboo charcoal and related equipment. The equipment for making bamboo charcoal briquette is one of the key elements to make high-quality products. They including crushing machine, dry cylinder, stick making machine, and capitalization kiln, etc. The quality of these machines and equipment directly affect the quality of the finished bamboo charcoal briquette. The bamboo powder used to make bamboo charcoal briquette is the coarse powder, fine powder, and bamboo fragrant coal powder, which left over from the production of bamboo flooring and bamboo panels. The moisture content of these bamboo powders is about 35%. The bamboo powder is purchased and transported into the factory and installed for more than 20 days, waiting for it to ferment and soften. Although it is already in powder form, it is still not fine enough and needs to be crushed into 40 mesh by a crushing machine. Then the crushed bamboo powder is sent into the drying cylinder for drying, and the moisture content of bamboo powder is dried to below 10%. The next step is to make bamboo powder stick, which are general size of 50 times 50 times 5 centimeters and a hollow diameter of 1.5 centimeters, which is more suitable for firing and easy to use and burn. A bamboo powder stick is 1.3 kilograms and only 0.45 kilograms after firing. The total times required to burn bamboo charcoal briquette at high temperature is more than 20 days. Also, the higher the firing temperature, the harder and more resistance of bamboo charcoal briquette will be, depend on the customer's need. The speed of heating up has to be kept steadily, not too fast and not too slow. Too fast, we will not be able to reach the average temperature in the kiln, and the charcoal burned out will be uneven. Too slow, will consume the burning materials and cause waste. A kiln can hold 500 stickers, which are played in by workers. Then the kiln is closed with bricks. All opened is sealed with mud coating, and a fire is lighted and an opening to strew each bamboo stick. First, they are fired at 300 degrees for 10 days, and finally at 800 degrees for 24 hours. When the temperature is too high, it is usually cooled down by injection water. Of course, the temperature degree here is Celsius. Pay attention to the sealing of the charcoal kiln. If there is any air leakage, it should be prepared in time. It takes about 10 to 14 days from the start of heating and burning until the kiln is sealed to allow the bamboo charcoal briquette to carbonize. After burning bamboo charcoal briquette at high temperature for 10 days, the charcoal kiln will be opened only after gradually cooling down to about 50 degrees, which also take about 10 days. During this period, it takes at least 1 to 2 months before and after making bamboo charcoal briquette to achieve the perfect quality. In the trialing stage, bamboo pyrolysis will produce a large amount of decomposition products. The gas will turn brownish black in color, and some liquid will be discharged. Mainly natural polymer products such as raw bamboo vinegar and tar. Bamboo vinegar contains nearly 300 kinds of natural polymer organic components, such as organic acids, alcohols, ketones, aldehydes, phenols, esters, and trace alkaline components. The collection of raw bamboo vinegar should be carried out at temperature of kiln open of the charcoal kiln between 80 to 150 degrees Celsius in order to get pure bamboo vinegar. It is not suitable to use and should not use wood fuel in the process of bamboo charcoal burning. The bamboo vinegar collected from the bamboo charcoal kiln is a raw liquid which can be refined by precipitation, filtration, and distillation to obtain refined bamboo vinegar liquid, which quality that meets the market requirements. Let's take a look at a video of whole production process.
Bamboo charcoal is made from mossel bamboo that is more than 3 years old and is fired at a temperature of approximately 1000 degrees Celsius. Bamboo charcoal has a loose and porous structure. Its interior is fine and porous, and its texture is hard. Bamboo charcoal briquette, commonly known as charcoal sticks, barbecue charcoal. It is the use of bamboo processing residues, which is crushed, dried, extruded, and charred. It is a natural and environmentally friendly product that can be used for barbecue heating and water purification instead of traditional charcoal, and is of particular importance for the protection of the ecological environment. Bamboo charcoal briquette has a regular shape, reasonable structure, uniform length and size, hollow or solid internal structure, which is conducive to burning and use. No chemical substances, non-toxic, odorless, non-polluting, long burning time. No smoke and no charcoal head, no sparks during burning, residual ash falls naturally during burning without floating up, little residual dust after burning, easy to burn. Firing bamboo charcoal briquette. The bamboo flour used is the flour from the coarse shaving of bamboo flooring strips, or the flour from the processing of bamboo aromatic cores, or the flour from the fine shaving process. with a moisture content of about 35, which is stored for more than 20 days, fermented and softened. The bamboo flour is transferred to the crusher using a feed hopper, which crushes the powder uniformly to a size of 40 mm ash. The crushed bamboo flour is fed into the drying cylinder. Making bamboo flour size 50-55 cm with a hollow diameter of about 1.5 cm. A bamboo flour stick weighs about 1.3 kg after firing 0.45 kg. Use 800-degree high temperature to burn bamboo charcoal. It's burned for a total duration of 20 days or more. Also, the higher the firing temperature, the harder and more resistant the bamboo charcoal will be, depending on the customer's needs. The kiln is closed off with bricks, while the opening is sealed with a clay coating. The kiln is lit and simmered at the opening, with each bamboo stick set alight, and fired at 300 degrees Celsius for 10 days, finally rising to 800 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. When the temperature is too high, it is usually cooled down by injecting water. One kiln can hold up to 5,000 bamboo sticks. The calcined bamboo charcoal is gradually cooled from the highest calcination temperature to about 50 degrees Celsius in a bamboo charcoal kiln without air leakage. And then the burnt charcoal can be removed. The firing of the bamboo charcoal will yield these products because the pyrolysis of the bamboo material produces a large number of decomposition products. It is mainly natural polymer products such as bamboo vinegar and tar.
Through the video, we can see, first of all, is bamboo powder collection, and then bamboo powder storage, crushing bamboo powder with crusher, drying bamboo floor with drying calendar. And the next step is make bamboo floor sticker, which are stick making machine. After making charcoal, it is put into charcoal kiln to burn high temperature bamboo charcoal. After cooling, it is discharged from the oven and inspector. And finally, it is a warehouse and shipping. Okay, that's all for today. So we can talk about the questions in the question and answer actions.
金老师有几个问题了来了已经。
对。Okay, I think regarding to the charcoal, we have a lot of questions, and I think your Henko asked a lot of questions, and one of the question is which technology for burning is the most effective, brick kilns or retorts, especially with regards to other gases. 是这个这个砖窑，他说这个碳呢是用砖窑的方式，还是用那个就是那个叫做那个金属窑哈？那个这两种方式哪一种更效率更好一些？他说特别是有没有这个其他的这个 gases？ 他说就是可能是不是就产生的这个气啊？是不是那个？就是他说是不是还产生就是其他的副产品吧？我觉得就是产生的这个气体啊，可能也是可燃气啊，是不是也可以再利用？我觉得他可能是这个意思。
是的，是的，你说对了，你完全对。我想回答他3个这个方面的信息。第一个呢，就是他说的很对，应该是我们叫做碳气联产这样的一个设计和规划，目前来说效益最高。就是说，我们把碳拿去做蒸馏的时候，那么它出来的除了碳之外，还有3个副产品的。第一个副产品呢就是气体，然后它产生出甲烷气体，那么它可以用来我们烧锅炉，或者说我们用来这个我们不是在煮产品的时候需要很多干燥吗？需要加温吗？需要去那些含水率吗？那我们用来做这些干燥和这种加热这种功能，碳化这种功能，这是第一个。第二个呢，我们还有一些这种竹的化工的产品，比方说竹醋这些可以提炼出来，而且呢，在不同的这种蒸馏的冷却的温度下面，就像我们酿酒一样的，不同的温度出来的酒是不一样的它的冷却温度是不一样的。这是第二个我们的这个关联的一个产品。第3个关联产品呢其实这就是我们下面谈到的。那目前来说，在高温碳方面，我们建议它用的是耐火砖来做里面这一层，最里面的这一层，最核心的这一层，我们用耐火砖来做的，最里面那一层是耐火砖。那外面呢，耐火砖外面2层耐火砖之后，我们可以用普通的红砖，这是属于高温碳，900度左右。就是说，烧炭可能我们烧20天，但是其中有这么12个小时左右到24小时左右，我们必须保持900度的高温，温度越高，碳的质量越好，卖的越贵价格越高。那么如果你是低温碳，比方说你是400度到700度的碳，那么我们就用普通的红砖就可以了，就是我们建房子用的那种普通的机制红砖，不是手工红砖，是那种机器做的那种规格的红砖，而且是实心红砖，不能是空心的这个是可以用的。那么至于说他提到的除了砖之外，其实很重要的一个问题，我们做碳气联产的时候，应该是整个车间和其他的这种碳气联用的车间要统一规划设计的。所以说我们去碳气联产的车间去看，它除了地上有这种那个窑之外空中还有一些管道，就是专门把这个提炼出来的气输送到锅炉里面去。而且一般情况下，这种车间和工厂的规划，锅炉一般来说就靠近我们的炭窑，这样也安全。因为呢，长距离运输气体万一发生这种爆燃现象，那就很危险。所以说呢，我们对这些都是从安全、从效益从这种成本，我们都是做统一的整场规划。他会说非常对，这个人很专业，这个人。金老师没有声音，没有声音。
Sorry. Of course, regarding to the question of Jörg, we have, I think Jörg is talking about poly production, means that we have different products out of the charcoal making. Actually, he is right. We have many poly generation processes by the bamboo charcoal manufacturing process. Actually, there's not only bamboo charcoal, but also the generation of gases and the generation of liquid chemical products. And so professor is saying that for if the charcoal we are making is the manufacturing process require the temperature to be 900 degrees centigrade, and then we need to use special bricks we called 耐火砖咋说？
So it's high temperature.
Refractory bricks, fire brick, in simple words. Refractory bricks, and we needed to put like 2 layers and inside, and then 1 layer outside. So this is, however, if the manufacturing requirement is not that high, like sometimes 400 to 500 degrees centigrade, then we could use like a common red brick but it has to be solid, not hollow. Solid red brick to be the brick kiln. Retort processing usually is takes less time, and it's 24 hours production sometimes. So it is a very continuous process. And sometimes it's auto-controlled. It's by there's a control panel there by very skillful workers. So this we have professor is saying that beside the workshops for producing charcoal, we also have other workshops for the gas and for the liquid products. So beside the bricks we are using specifically to prevent the temperature, to control the temperature. At the same time, we have special materials to produce the channels for the gas to go to the boiler. Usually the boiler is near to the workshop. So we avoid long distance transporting of the gases and the loss of the energy during the process. So sometimes the boiler is very near to the charcoal making workshop. So that means they are all connected, all these workshops. Maybe in one factory, there will be different workshops for producing different products for the this is the poly generation. So when we are planning the briquette charcoal processing, we need to make plan for these different gas products and liquid products. At the same time, we should have some environment control for the factory. During the last year in the Anji visit, we have shown one factory which has all those facilities. We have this tour. I hope next year I could make an Anji study tour again, and for people to visit those factories online, virtually. Okay, I think Also, Sabrine is asking what is the difference between the bamboo charcoal transformed with machine and the one burned naturally. I think bamboo charcoal transfers with machine, we call the briquette charcoal, and the one burned naturally have got the same capacity. The one burned naturally, you mean? Oh, I think Severin, your question, you probably don't know that we use bamboo powder, like the sawdust, to produce the briquette charcoal. Actually, the briquetting process is before charcoal making. It's before, so that's not charcoal powder briquetted. It is before we make the charcoal. Before we burn it, we have already made the briquettes out of bamboo powder. So I think that's the difference of processes. And you're thinking we are making the briquette after it's the charcoal making process. So you asked this question. It's not the same. Of course, if you want to comparing the pelleting and the pelleted bamboo and the briquette charcoal, that's quite different. Let's ask the professor. 姜老师，然后我们就是有一个人，我觉得他可能不太清楚，就是我们那个鸡翅炭的那个加工流程哈，所以他说就是说。他说：“这个在我们就是压这个鸡翅炭，把它压成那个棒儿之前，它的那个燃烧热量和压之后的那个燃烧热量有什么不同？我后来给他解释了，我说不是这样的，我们是在这个碳化过程之前就已经把它压成棒了，然后再进行碳化，它仍然是一个仍然是一个竹炭。我觉得哈。”他是说，就是像那种就是生物炭，就是我们平常烧的那种炭和这个鸡翅炭，它们之间的这个就是燃烧的热量，有没有不一样？它是可能是这个问题，我们可能回答一下，它就是那还比如说就是这个生物质颗粒哈，它也有它的燃烧热量，然后这个生物质碳也有它的燃烧热量。就是普通的烧出来的这个碳哈，还有这个鸡翅炭也有它的燃烧热量，我们可能就说区分一下吧。
明白，可以以下几个方面来回答这个朋友的。第一个呢，当然他说的概念可能我们先做一个那个规范一下，统一标准，就是说我们先把竹粉末变成棒状的一个形状，然后再把这个形状拿去窑里面做成炭，不是说把粉末把已经是炭的粉末把它压在一起变成另外一种炭，这是第一个，我们先提一下。第二个呢，我们也要澄清一个概念，就是说我们的鸡翅炭主要用来做烧烤，目前来说主要做烧烤。那么做烧烤呢，和做普通的那种吸收味道炭是不一样的。烧烤炭它有4个要求，第一个要求它的热值要很高，就是说，那这样的话呢，我们必须用到高温炭，就是说，尾段这一段必须是900度的这种炭，不能是低温炭，这是第一个。第二个呢，它燃烧的时间可持续时间必须很长，你不能说我们在高兴的时候，你一会儿过来添个炭，一会儿过来添个炭，你也很烦你，对吧？那第三个呢，就是它必须有特殊的那种烤完肉以后，它炭里面的一些气味滋味被肉吸收以后，它有形成一种烤肉的特殊的香味。如果说你一些不好的那种气味被肉吸收了，那不但没有好的味道，人家还感觉不舒服。第四个呢，就是它的灰分它的烧完的灰烬必须很干净，而且呢，它不能说那种很容易被风一吹，它的我们叫粘接度，粘在一起的粘接度比较高。你不能说我们说个话， 它的灰就到处跑到这个身上去了，跑到菜里去了啊。那最后一个呢，的机制碳的成本比还要低，成本还要低，所以说呢，以上几个方面加起来才是我们机制碳的综合的优势。那如果说你说热值，那现在有很多那种生物质颗粒，它其实这里面呢除了我们的生物质之外，那么它用了一些别的东西来添加进去。那么我们竹子呢是用我们的加工剩余物来加工的，我们不要去砍木头，不要去破坏森林加工剩余物来利用的这是这有这些区别。最后一个呢，这种碳，因为作为一个商品，你必须有很稳定的质量，你不能说今天质量很好，明天不行，后天又很好，它的质量控制必须很稳定。所以机制碳呢才符合这种品牌商的要求。我这个品牌它的质量标准规格必须非常的稳定，你那种桶碳是做不到的片碳也做不到，只有机制碳才能做到。所以说以上几个原因呢，就说明了为什么机制碳这2年越来越好。李老师，你没有声音，刚才。
The commonly burned charcoal is different from the briquette charcoal because we want to produce the briquette charcoal mainly is for barbecue purpose. So that means it's for heating for barbecue. And it has certain requirements to the burning temperature and the burning period. The burning period should be long, and the temperature should be high, and the fragrance came from the charcoal should be good. Should make the meat has very good taste. So to meet all these requirements, so we have this process of briquette charcoal. This briquette charcoal, this process is we use the residues from the pre-processing factory, which are the powders of the bamboo, and we are going to briquette them, make them into briquettes, and before they go to the retorts or the kilns for charcoal making. And so this charcoal making process needs high temperature. By the final process, like the final temperature can reach to 900 degrees centigrade to make this charcoal process. It is well controlled. The whole process is controlled. So because it is a commercial product, so that means we need to control the standards of the products for the market. We need our products to be stable for the market. So that's why we control the whole process, including the briquetting process and the size of the powder, the bamboo powder we use. And it's quite different from the common charcoal we produced for the daily use, like moisture control at home, like in the cabinet. Those charcoal needs lower temperature. They do not need to be very stable because they are only for absorbent environment control purposes. Besides, he wants to emphasize that these products are made of residues from the pre-processing factory. So that means we do not use the whole comb, and so this is the residual utilization to increase the bamboo pole utilization rate. This is to increase the value of the bamboo production process. It is in the supply chain. So we have to understand this process. Dulcie, you have comments? Yeah, I think you raised your hand.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, the process that Dr. Zhang presented is for the briquettes, right? So I posted in the, and also I appreciated the fact that he presented several practical applications in the slide presentation. Now I will link it now because Jinwei mentioned that there are existing ISO standards, international standards, which were actually adopted by several countries already. And I posted in the chat box some relevant material to that, to support that. Number one is the INBAR publication on the trade overview of the global bamboo and rattan products as of 2019. I hope that our participants will be able to download that because the products that are being presented here, as well as the processes, are included among the top 10 categories of products. So specifically for bamboo charcoal, it's ranked number 8 in the world in terms of domestic, in terms of exports. And then you have your engineered bamboo panels and other for construction, that's number 5, number 6, and number 7. So you can check that in the chat. Now for the second, for specifically going back to bamboo charcoal, I am the convener of working group 3 for the ISO TC 296 technical committee for bamboo and rattan. I also posted in the chat box the links to the 3 different standards that were published in 2020. The first one is for general uses, that's part 1. Number 2 is fuel applications, and number 3 is purification. So we have currently 3 international standards. Many countries have adopted this as national standard. We are currently working on the active bamboo-based activated carbon. So meaning that's activated charcoal. There's a different process for that. And soon we will be hopefully publishing also for activated carbon. Now, why do I mention this? Because many of the personal care products, healthcare products use activated carbon as well as bamboo charcoal. So that can be related to the training that Jinwei is proposing. The many different ways and the different processes and the equipment. So the one that's presented by Dr. Zhang is the industrial use for industrial equipment and processes for bamboo bamboo charcoal briquettes. But in other countries and other regions, there are smaller equipments which are being used by communities and different processes as well. So that's where I think Jinwei and Dr. Zhang will be able to customize according to the needs. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dulcie, for the introduction. And I hope our participants in your country, you could promote the adoption of the ISO standards of the bamboo charcoal and the future that we are going to have the activated charcoal standards. So if you could adopt with more country adopting our standards, we could have more data of bamboo utilization, and we could increase the value of the bamboo pole. At the same time, we could promote our green industry because bamboo is considered have considered a new energy source. Right? It has high regeneration capacity. So bamboo energy comparing to like wood pelleting, like wood charcoal has a comparative better market should be in the future. It's a kind of a new energy we should consider. And also, I think Dulcie make a point that we should consider like smaller scale charcoal making technology transfer. So I will ask Professor Jiang and also other trainers to work on this. Maybe we should cooperate and to also extend relative standards. 姜老师，然后 Dossi 他就是介绍了一下，就是国际标准组织现在目前我们已经出了就是有3个那个就是竹炭的标准了嘛，然后他讲的就是说呢，目前就是中国的这个基质炭呢，它是一个大型产业的一个产物嘛，然后现在呢就是说可能其他国家还做不到，因为就是这个竹屑呢，他们是目前因为没有这种产业，他们可能是没有的，所以就是说但是呢就是说竹炭的生产是对于他们来说是一个很好的这个增值的这么一个产品嘛，对吧？然后就是也希望就是说我们将来呢能够针对这些就是发展中国家的这些中小企业，就是他们的规模会小一点，看他们如果生产竹炭，那么我们是不是针对他们进行一个这个技术上的培训哈，还有这个技术转让的这样子的，那么就是一些简单的和那个小规模的这个竹炭生产的这个相关技术的这个介绍。
这个建议很好，这个建议好，我们也很希望跟这边合作。然后呢，其实那个竹炭这块啊，它的这种比较广谱，就光谱的谱，比较广谱的意思什么意思呢？就是说你投资小，条件差也可以生产；你投资大，条件好也可以生产。我们可以针对不同的这种技术条件，我们可以设置不同的这种产品方案、工厂方案、设备方案培训方案都可以的。有需要的时候呢，让他通过您这边来，我们可以协同一下联络一下。另外一个呢，通过这个事情我通过很多这个听众在问呢，他们可能思想上因为他没来过中国嘛，他没有理解到一个体系化产业的这种运作模式和它的必要性、重要性、效益性，他们没有这种切身的体会。那什么是一个产业的体系化呢？就是说，就像我们从昨天到今天，其实我们谈的只是竹产业的部分的内容。比如说，我们把竹产业分为农业和工业。我们说的工业这部分呢，我们其实是竹集成材工厂、种竹工厂和竹炭工厂必须在一个工业园里面，他们才有效益，才有钱挣。如果他们分开的很远，或者是原料之间没互相的调剂，他们是赚不到钱的，谁都赚不到钱。为什么呢？因为我们的铺竹板的最后一段，我们是不能做铺竹板的。但是呢，他竹农砍竹子的时候呢，它尾巴又留着，你让他砍尾巴砍的，他不砍的。所以说你必须把尾巴都要卖给别人，你自己用不了的。那卖给谁呢？卖给做种竹的做那种低端的那种筷子的，卖给这些人。所以说呢，一个体系化工厂，它实现的条件就是把竹子吃干榨净。这样的话呢，谁都有好处，而且呢，运输距离成本控制连工人上班和用电都可以调剂的。这里面呢，他们没运作过，他们不知道说我们中国是这样做的。竹炭工厂白天不上班，是晚上上班的。
对，
为什么呢？
是的，
它用的晚上的电，因为呢，它只开压缩机还有一些人呢，他用那种竹炭的碳气联动，用气来发电，那白天卖给别人家。所以说呢，他晚上不卖电的，他晚上把气留着电贵的时候呢，卖给别人。它是一个很完整的一个工业园的体系。很多这种听众呢，他没有这种感觉，他总在问，哎呀，这个成本那个效益那个合不合算？他其实单个的问都是那种
都是不合算的。
不合算的。
对，
没错。另外一个呢，我们今天因为时间关系没有讲到，我们还有香辛工厂 牙签工厂、筷子工厂，我们这边都还有那个竹胶板，用来做集装箱底板、建筑模板，这些都没有讲，它必须在工具人里面。你昨天说的那个镜像面，镜像面就是我尾巴这段来切的，用来做那种竹胶板啊，这是第一个概念，工业概念。第二个呢，农业的概念。我们昨天看到竹山上面春笋的时候剥下来很多笋壳，是吧？那种鲜笋看见笋壳，其实笋壳是一种很好的羊的一种饲料，我们叫做竹原饲料，就是来源于竹子的一种饲料，我们的竹原饲料。那么这种竹原饲料呢，你有条件可以把它收集起来，类似于我们甘草打包机一样的，用来给那个牛羊喂牛羊啊。还有一个呢，这些呢也解决大量的就业，而且呢，它的羊是生态环保的，我农民的这个钱就省下来了。所以说，还有一个呢，我们没有讲到竹林下面的种植，它这边还没有讲到，我们可以种蘑菇啊，种中药啊，种这些香料啊，我们都没，因为时间关系，我们没展开讲。其实，从地方政府来说，他们应该从政府层面规划一个整个城市的产业规划。从园区层面，他们应该考虑园区的工厂之间的这种集聚和这种协同。最后呢，你自己即使是工厂，一家工厂，你必须考虑到跟其他的产业、跟其他的这种企业主动的去发生关系，你不能关起门来，这种自我封闭的思维、个体化的思维，那都做不下去的。中国的主业之所以做得好，我们一定是一个体系化的思维。大概是包括您刚才说的，为什么说我认为你的培训、你的金融、你的这种专家组很重要呢？因为它是体系化里面的一个很重要的一环。好，我暂时讲这么多。
好的。我觉得就是说，确实是这个问题，就是他们没有来中国，就是这个体会就是很少，这就是为什么我去年就是搞了这个安吉的这个心理考察这个活动，所以我当时也是很多人很关注的，然后呢，我还会再搞这个活动，因为这个活动很重要，因为就是说我去拍摄了它的这个整个的这个叫做这个产业链哈，然后呢就是有一个整体的这个思维，就是包括您说的这个后期的，就是那个包括后来的这个市场啊，还有旅游啊什么这些，可能都在这个体系里。所以，我讲一下您的这个理念哈，就是体系化的这个方面。
包括我说的这个竹林看养、疗养、旅游、
对，
文化是吧？
对。
还有我们这边经常是属于那种美食还没有讲到，我选做的那种笋店，它是一个体系，一个体系的，它可能是理会不到。
对。Okay. I think we have a lot of participants asking the cost effectiveness and the profiting part of this industry, as well as like the market and everything, and so they think I think maybe most of you didn't come to China, and most of you didn't join my last year's virtual study tour to Anji, so you probably didn't understand, because this course is only introducing two like manufacturers, or say two types of products processing, but they are only like one part of the whole system of bamboo sector. We sometimes I say in China we have a bamboo sector instead of industry, and this sector have many industries in it. It's very complicated, and now have very fine division of works, different enterprises, different factories. They have a very fine division of works, and there's a whole supply chain of bamboo in the producing area in China. So maybe when the pandemic is finished, I could arrange this kind of tour, like a bamboo tour to China. Then you could probably understand. We have professor is talking about systematic development of the industry. So that means like a bamboo laminated furniture processing factory and the bamboo screenber factory, they need to be like together. They are working together. They have to be in the same industry park. Usually in the bamboo producing area, they establish they have this agriculture part and industry part, and also the services part and the environment ecotourism part. So these we call the like three industries, like primary industry, secondary industry, and tertiary industry. And this has to go comprehensively, and these three industries needs to be harmonized into one system. And that means that the different enterprises, they go into one industry park, and they share the same raw material supply, and they become the keys on the whole supply chain. So professor is saying that beside the panel processing factory, every panel processing factory has like pre-processing factories. They don't have that pre-processing part. These pre-processing factories are independent parts, and they supply the bamboo laminated strips, the tiles, the flooring tiles to the laminated factory. So that means this is a whole supply chain, and the different parts. Yesterday I mentioned the laminated furniture panels. They only use probably the middle lower part of the bamboo pole. So the middle upper part sometimes is used for like stick-based products, like a chopstick factory, toothpick factory, and curtain and mats. Those slices, they use that part. And also the top parts is made into like toothpicks. I mean, the very thin walls on the top parts, and the base parts is used for charcoal. And the sawdust we see it's utilized for like charcoal and pelleting fuels. And also sometimes they are processed into like particle boards. And so that means that those factories are all nearby, and they are independent, but they are dependent on each other. So they share the values of the bamboo generated. So they become every key in the supply chain. So there's also like factories doing like cement molding board, and also this like the flooring of the cargo and the trucks using the other materials of the bamboo. So that means if you could imagine, if the laminated factory is independent, there's no other factories like the charcoal factory, like the screenber factory, like the stick making factory around. Probably they cannot survive because the cost is too high, and too high for them to manage every step of the whole processing and the marketing. Right. And so in the industry park, you also have the special companies who is working on marketing. Actually, professor is also mentioning the for the agriculture part, we also have a systematic development. We do not only manage the bamboo forest, but we also develop the agroforestry. That means we mix with the bamboo forest other plants, other crops. Also, we have also like we grow chicken under the forest, and we grow some herbal medicines, and we grow some vegetables under the bamboo forest. So these are all like systematic management to increase the value of the bamboo forest and to provide services to different industries. And all these different industries are joined together in a cluster. So we said this is a clusteral effect. And this clusteral effect is very important because the factories may not survive if they are independent. By these clusteral effects, those factories they could remain in a small scale. They do not need large investment and many labors from harvesting bamboo to transporting to processing and to marketing and to transportation to the market, to sales. So they don't need to manage all those chains. So they only focusing on what to produce one type of products. Like sometimes it's not finished. Like the laminated board manufacturer, they only focusing on producing the board, and there will be another company, another manufacturer focusing on designing and producing furniture. So they are different. And so you see that these factories could remain in a small scale, but in a high efficiency, because they could make their investment. Most of the resources invested into the designing to make the technology, the processing better, and to make the final products in a good quality. And then the furniture making factory, they do not need to worry about like the board making process, where the bamboo come from. They don't need to worry. They just focusing on designing furniture products. And then they give order to the board factory, and the board factory, they give order to the pre-processing factory, and the pre-processing factory give order to the farmers. So that's how this whole system go. So we said that no factory is can survive by their own, but to some extent they are independent in managing their own processes. So this is probably some situation you need to understand. In China, we are developing the bamboo in a clustering way, and in a systematical way, and bamboo's values is generated through all those processing in the primary industry, in the secondary industry, and in the tertiary industry. In the tertiary industry, we means like marketing, finance, ecotourism, and all the services for the industries are called tertiary industry, like communications, and all those these parts are in the tertiary industry. So the services part now has become larger and larger, like the product designing and marketing and sales, and this part has become larger and larger in generating values for the bamboo industry. So that's why I raised your awareness regarding to this whole industry. Actually, you should not only focusing on like the primary industry and the secondary industry. You should see the whole. I would like you to see the whole. And I think it is very important that you understand how these values are generated. And I think it's through the different manufacturers' cooperation with each other, and these in enterprises and they bring out the best profits, and they reduce the cost to the lowest, and they make the efficiency of production the highest. That's why in China we could we say that the bamboo is utilized in a full way. And also for the primary industry, professor also says even the bamboo sheaths, you see when bamboo grow, the sheaths fall off and they become wasted material. Actually, the farmers, they collect them and then they will send them to process into fodder and feed for goats. I think, yeah. So this, if you come to China, you see a mossel forest. You see the forest is very clean. So there's no leaves, no sheaths on the ground. The leaves are also collected, and the wasted branches also collected, and the sheaths also collected. Nothing on the ground. It's very clean. So everything is utilized, and even the harvested bamboo, the old root part is also digging out and then sent to the handicraft factory to making carvings, and some the old rhythms are made into like handles for women's bag. And you see the famous brand, the the famous brand is using bamboo handles, and they are designing with bamboo handles. So everything is utilized. Nothing, basically, almost nothing is wasted in China, and all these factories, they are working together. It's not one factory working from beginning to the end. So it is not possible for rural area, and it's not cost effective. So that's the way we think about to help the local bamboo producers to form a cluster to make this business possible for them. Everybody processing. So it is very important you understand. And I think probably I should arrange another Anji study tours for people to understand. Maybe in the maybe next year. This year we don't have time. Maybe next year I can serve another Anji tour. But in the November seminar, we could discuss about enterprise clustering at regional level and cross-region level. Okay. Thank you. And any other questions? Let me see. I think Manisha has commented on the 2 virtual tours organized by INBAR. She said it's very useful. Repeat this program. Yes, Manisha, I'm going to repeat it. What is the power calorific? Santiago is asking, what is the power calorific bamboo and comparative with the other plant wood or materials? Thanks. I think one of my presentations have that figure. I don't know if Professor Jiang had. 姜老师，您有这个竹基质炭它的那个燃烧热值吗？或者是和那个木炭来比的燃烧热值啊？
木炭那边呢，它是和硬木是相当的 ，hard wood 不是 soft wood， 和硬木相当。
对，我记得好像是9000卡路里。
对，9000多。对。
So my memory is like above 9,000 calorific. Calorific. Dulcie?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I can probably answer.
Yes.
I think Santiago is from Colombia, so he's probably referring to Guadua. Yeah, probably, you know. It's actually 29 mg per kilogram. That's relatively comparable to spruce and other wood. So I will type the link regarding questions on pellets and calorific value? Because in the Netherlands, the Energy Resource Center conducted a comparative research, bamboo vis-a-vis other types. So I will just type it in the chat box and you can get the figures from there.
Yeah. So it's comparing to like solid hardwood, tropical hardwood, pellets, bamboo pellets, bamboo biomass pellets.
Yeah, so I will just quote this. The calorific value, this is Guadua, of a bamboo charcoal is approximately 29 mg per kilogram. So this is comparable to commonly used biomass such as eucalyptus, spruce. In addition, it's also comparative, I mentioned earlier, life cycle assessment. So it is cost effective and eco-friendly at the same time. Yeah, I will just type the link for those who are, because I can see more questions on the same subject, Jinwei. So I will just type the entire research article in the chat box so you can check the link. Thank you.
Yes. And so I think we should design your if you have this kind of needs, like Professor Jiang also mentioned, if you have certain needs, like you want to establish a bamboo industry in the local area, so that's why we always talking about that when we can provide you such consultancies, like including how you what kind of workers you're going to need and what kind of machines you're going to need, and we are going to design the park, the industry park for you. Like also we are going to provide training. We have a training plan, but it's depending on your how much you are going to invest and what's the target market and what's the main product you're going to produce. But basically, we should design a system of industry rather than one factory. Usually in China, we have designs for a series of factories for one systematic production industry. That's what we suggest you should also do to make this industry basically profiting. It can be running at your local conditions, based on your local conditions. So this usually we suggest. So this takes a lot of thinking because we don't know your situation there, and so the Chinese bamboo industry experts should also be joining in this consultancy. I think we should have at least different experts for this consultancy, or say we have this type of trainings for targeted area. That's what I'm talking about yesterday. So maybe today's introduction, you start to thinking about, because until today, we have introduced bamboo forest and bamboo shoot, and then we come to pre-processing, and then we come to the laminated factory, and then tomorrow we are going to scraper, and today we also introduced briquette charcoal, and all these are not in one company; they are in different factories. Yeah, and different companies are managing all these processes. And you could see in China, we have very modern industries in the East Coast area, but and also in the middle and west south part of China, we have like this raw material supply area, and we have this in the middle, we have this labor intensive area, and then in the East Coast area we have this what we call this marketing and this product design area, like high tech and high technology part, like industry parks are all in the East Coast part. So we have different regions, and we have different cooperations. And I think this industry goes with the clustering effects and with very good system design, the systematic development, comprehensive thinkings of planning. This is what I suggested. So when you are developing from your region, no matter what level your development is, what stage your development is, we should always think systematically, including considering the local ecology condition and services, and also the local human resources, and the local industry level, and the investment possibility, and the market possibility. Everything should be considered. Yeah, I think many people are commenting on the tour. Thank you. Thank you for Dulcie and Sanjita for answering regarding to the comparative bamboo briquette charcoal over wood charcoal. So yeah, I should arrange the probably after November, after the BAC 2022, I should, maybe in December, I should arrange the second AGI tour. Probably, yeah. So to meet everybody's needs. But for this year, at least, I think there will be changes after the 20th People's Congress, some policies changes in China, but I can't tell. I don't know. But my estimation that this year China will not, probably China will not open. I don't know after October if there will be changes of policies. 姜老师，就是他们就在说，其实就是说您刚才说，就是现在他们不能来国内哈，其实他们来国内看是更好的。我也觉得就是说应该给他们大家都非常希望能够组织到国内来那个考察哈。然后我觉得就是说，就是一旦有可能，我们也可能会组织这个到国内来考察这种咱们的这种产业链哈，或者这个叫做集群式的这种生产哈。然后呢，就是他们都说那个，因为我去年是搞了一个虚拟考察，对安吉的一个虚拟考察，因为安吉它那个产业链还是比较完整的嘛，对吧？
对。
然后因为就是说它就是一个地方，它有比较很多的这个工厂都能看到，但是现在可能跟以前不一样，它以前是比较全，现在也不是很全了。所以呢，就是说我搞了一个考察活动吧，然后呢，就是他们也这个今天参加也有人参加过哈，他们说那个 tour 确实很管用，就是对他们理解就是中国的这个主产业很管用哈。其实我觉得就是说，实际上就是如果我们要为他们提供服务的话，还是要先让他们到国内来看一下，然后就是他了解就中国的这个我们有什么，我们能给他们提供什么，然后这样他们回去也会就是说根据自己的情况再向我们提出要求，这样就比较合理了。然后就是在他没看过的时候，他不理解，他就可能提的要求就是属于不合理，我们可能就是有的时候没办法去给他提供这个更好的服务。所以我说呢，就是说他们在呼吁，就是这个安吉的考察，这个要这个再做一遍。我说这个今年估计不行，那个我说看看12月份有没有可能，因为11月份我们肯定是要搞大会嘛，对吧？这之前我们可能都没有时间、没有精力来做这个活动。
另外一个呢，金老师，我想说一下，另外一个呢，在留言板上有人说，他说这种体系化的产业园对于他们现有基础来说，好像很困难，好像是学不来那种感觉。有一个人说，但是呢，我想说什么建议呢？其实不管多么这种 走在前面的地方国家产业，它也是从零开始的，也是摸着过来的。相反的，后面的人有后发优势，他们可以把前面走的弯路都避免掉。另外一个呢，因为往往是资源条件不在成熟的地方，它是个新兴市场，它竞争不充分，我们更应该看到有利的条件，不要去看好像横向比，那个好像跟中国装备人才比，好像是这个不如我们。但是呢，另外一个方面，他们这边的竞争不充分。另外一个呢，主产业它是一个市场分类特别多元化的一个产业。相反的，有一些产业你远距离的进口是打不进去的，你只有本地市场，这个周边的市场反而容易开拓。给主产业本身就是一个这种多样化的选择，我们可以选择这些对我们的起步阶段有利的这种商业模式、这种投资模式这种产品模式都可以的。我们不要总的来说，不要鼓励他们，不要畏难情绪。其实我们比如说我今天还没有说，但根本明天说的，今天先说掉。就是说，刚才我们把产业分为1、2、3场，是吧？其实还有一个对人来说，把人对重点来说，它把分为这个我们叫做村镇园区、县园区1线、2线发达城市这种园区。那么，我们的村和镇，它就可以做那些初加工比方说把竹子大破掉就可以了，你就不用管了，你就卖给人家了。那么到了县这一级，它就可以做铺竹板的，它就可以做这些种竹板的，可以做这些地板的。到了那些厦门福建那个北京广州他们就做那种跨境电商，亚马逊电商。所以说呢，它产业链特别适合于各种各样的基础条件的这种国家地区企业。所以说呢，我们也不要认为好像是我就在农村我就在乡镇我没有人才因为呢，我们不可能说把这个安吉的竹子运到北京去加工你必须就地加工所以说呢，我们不同的人、不同的地区、不同的企业，我们去找它的这种相对优势、加上他们发展的后发优势，其实是可以找得到它的亮点的。
对。Yeah, Professor would he could see that some of our participants is talking about that their technical condition and their investment condition, maybe and personnel condition and resource condition might not meet the industry requirements what we introduced here. So they are asking what to do. So Professor is giving some comments regarding to what you are thinking, because I think this is Professor is asking that you should consider your local conditions first. Before we could have a plan for your bamboo industry. It depends on actually, China has already have developed for 40 years, and we have gone through many wrong ways. We have gone into different wrong ways. We have gone through many hardships, and then finally we have reached to this. And now we have all those experiences, and we have all those skills, and all these different models of business management and production management and marketing, and we have all those technologies that is available. So that means if we cooperate, then we can help you avoid all those mistakes and all those different wrong ways, and we can help you to develop very fast. But we need to see your local condition and at what level of development, like what stage of development you are. For example, if you are in the starting point, and then we are going to have this relative like a commercialization model for you to we can provide to you that kind of it's associated with different business models and investment models and technical transfer models, as well as trainings for the specialized personnel for starting level. And for middle level and higher level, we have also different packages for different areas. For example, professor is saying that his institute is designing industries for different locations in China. So they have they have designs for villages and towns like in rural area, small scale, small administration, government level, and also the county level is larger. And these like urban development city level is also larger. So he has different designs for those different levels. Like for rural, like village and town level, where they have local bamboo resources, what they do is they establish some pre-processing factories. What they do is that they could make bamboo into sticks. It's okay. It's finished. Their final products is sticks, or say the floor tiles that can be sent to the laminated factory. So that's pre-processing factory. That's all they do. So we design this kind of industry for this level. And then for the county level, so we design a little bit larger scale industry for them. So we are going to establish laminated factory and bamboo screen factory for them, because at county level, there we are going to have like skilled workers there who can operate the very complicated machines, and they could manage this auto factory. With those kind of personnel, and they also have what I said, these industry parks at county level, which can accommodate these factories there. So in the county level, we have all these factories there. But for the very developed urban areas, for the big cities like Hangzhou, Beijing, Shanghai, like Guangzhou, all those big cities, we are going to have them doing this a product design and e-commerce and international trade part of those products, of the bamboo products. So our design for different levels of development is different. So this if we have this kind of comprehensive thinking, and we could connect the cities with the rural area, and we could design a very good. We need to consider the comparative advantages of different locations and different areas. Like in the rural area, their comparative comparative advantages is the bamboo forest, the bamboo resources, and also the local ecological environment, right? So we just design them to have like ecotourism, and we have to develop agroforestry with bamboo, and we have bamboo production processes and these pre-processing industries to help them to consume the bamboo production to drive this industry. And then, and then for the county level, then they have this labor intensified industry park there, and they have all those personnel there, and they have this industry development policy there, and the investment is there. So we established this laminated factory and the screenboard factory, which is middle scale. And for the big cities, because they have like Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Nanjing, all those big cities, they have all these trade facilities and the transportation, very convenient transportation, and the ports are all there for export. So we are utilizing their comparative advantages to conduct marketing and commercial part of this industry. So when we are making plan for our local area, we should all consider our own local conditions and disadvantages. And professor is also saying that because in your in your area, because you're at the starting stage of development, so the competition is not full. It's not a full competition, so you have some advantages in getting the products into the surrounding markets, and you're to getting a very stable domestic market. If you develop properly, like in an appropriate way, and then you probably could stand for a market at domestic and surrounding markets. So this is because there's no local competition. But in China, because we have already developed for 40 years, so we now have full competition condition here. So that's comparing to your situation, it's not good. So professor is encouraging you to think about your local conditions, your local advantages when you are thinking about the planning of the industry. I think Dossie have comments again.
I can totally relate, Jinwei. Yes, that's why I mentioned earlier. Number one, the supporting mechanism when you want to be in bamboo. So which includes your local government unit and the stakeholders who are there, both the private sector, the public sector, the cooperatives, etc. So meaning, I think Jinwei, there is a global assessment for bamboo and rattan resources, GABAR, which INBAR developed together with the United Nations Environment Program a few years ago, prior to the pandemic. So if there is an updated version there, I hope that there will be an updated version. So each of the that will show which are the resources available. For example, which are those from Africa, what species, and then for South America, Asia Pacific, etc. And then maybe we'll be able to help the participants here if from which region you come from. Maybe that's a suggestion, which region you come from, because INBAR has point offices or related offices also to be able to help you identify, aside from the training that Jinwei is already proposing, meaning it will be customized. For example, here in the Philippines, we have what is a program with the Department of Trade and Industry, which is called One Town, One Product.
Yeah.
Yes, so we also do clustering. We have a Philippine Bamboo Industry Roadmap, which was approved in 2016, but we work with the other industries also. So that is what Jinwei is explaining. It is why each county or each town would probably have a species that is the most numerous in that particular space, but you would need to check what other crops are there. So when the business plan or the strategy is developed, it is not trial and error. It is very, very clear on what direction you want to go, given the resources that are available to you and the capability of the people who are there.
Yes, and and my industry is my session during BUG is working exactly on how we could work regionally as a cluster. Like Professor Jiang is saying, like China, in China, we are doing clustering and different in different regions in the West, in the middle, and in the East, we have this supply chain. However, but let's think about how do we do this like a bamboo commercialization process and industry process in a regional level. So each country or each location of bamboo producing could consider their own good like advantages. If you have labor advantages, or if you have resource advantages, or if you have like marketing and product design advantages, or if you have trade advantages, and you could probably consider in cooperating with other locations in the region, or say other countries in the region, that you could have a kind of cooperation, have a clustering effect in helping you to increase the business and increase the trade opportunities, and helping you to make sure that your product goes to the international market and access higher values. So we are talking about these possibilities in the seminar in November. So I hope all of our participants give it a thought, and we could and you could participate and present your thinkings of your needs, or say your advantages, and give me your cases, your bamboo development cases, and so we could have group discussion together with the potential green financiers and the investors and the green trade projects, if they could have some platform to serve for these purposes. And also, okay, I see Santiago.
Hello.
Yeah, you raised your hand just now.
Yes.
Good very morning.
Have a good day. In this moment, I'm very happy because INBAR Organization International Bamboo and Rattan is a good space for the learn to bamboo and any other experience in the honorable panel. For me, it's very important to participate in this space because I am agronomist. I am agronomist engineering in the National University. For the futures, I many plans and many purpose in my life. It's very important to learn in the better panel in the bamboo. The earth needs the humans units because the life is death early. My first language is Spanish.
Yes.
During 3 years ago, I learned English all days on my own, because in this moment I don't have money, because in my country is very difficult. How do you say obtener?
Who can translate for him?
Send me
Again, sorry.
in our company. But this is a excellent option for me, because me permits participate in this space. Thank you so much for the space. Welcome to Colombia. Colombia is a very beautiful place, a country. The people is friendly. The nature, the nature is amazing. It's amazing. Thank you.
Yes, last time, I think just in middle April, we just have a session, a bamboo session for Latin America. Maybe you are not informed by then. That online session is totally in Spanish, and we talked about like a bamboo shoot industry in LAC, and we talked about bamboo energy and the bamboo fiber industry in LAC, using your local bamboo, and also other industries, because you have all those giant bamboo, and we have already introduced about like 50 species to Ecuador, and like all fine commercial bamboo species to Ecuador, like bamboo can be utilized for like timber, both timber and shoot purposes. So we discussed about a lot in Spanish in that session, but you didn't participate. Anyway,
Sorry. Because for me, it's very exercise to earn your exposition, because I want to learn every day more English and any other language. For me, it's a little difficult to understand your ideas, all ideas, because I learn English more every day.
I think you can ask Pablo, our regional office, to send you the videos, the recording of the LAC session, so you can learn more about what we've talked about. It's a 3-day program also. It's also like this one, but this one is talking about laminated industry, and that one is talking about more about forest management, propagation technology, things like that. Thank you, Santiago. I understand. I understand. This is we have provided an option for you to think about your future career. Maybe it's a good thinking. Let's continue to explore the opportunities with bamboo. The business opportunities, trade opportunities. Dulcie?
Just last point. I think we have participants who are engineers, specifically electronics and electrical engineers. So maybe for a future training, Janway, may I suggest also one training for bamboo and electronics and electrical engineering and design. Because that will eventually be connected to the information and communications technology as well. One of the priorities for, I'm also a part, aside from ISO, I will share it with those who are interested for the information and communication technology sector. So there is a global initiative by the United Nations. It was very recently formed last year. It's the International Telecommunication Union, United for Sustainable Smart Cities and Villages. So that is where I think the aspect of electronics and electrical engineering, as well as infrastructure design, urban planning, can come into play together with agronomy and agroecology.
Yes.
So I will send you more details for the INBAR learning team, because I'm still attending as we speak in the evening. Right after this, I'm attending other working groups in that space for ICT.
So I think it's very important that we have like different trainings for different targeted groups, and we have different professionals who are conducting this kind of trainings. And these trainings are not only for like knowledge sharing and I think what's more important, we are connecting all those professionals together, and we are like making it possible for different professionals in different parts of the world that they could be able to work with each other in the future, and that's more important. And because even for China, and we have this full supply chain, and we still at this level of development, we have challenges like Professor Jiang probably are going to mention tomorrow. We have challenges for like in this supply chain, in the end of the supply chain, we have challenges of like breaking through technology to break the bottlenecks of bamboo, and so we could produce like high-tech and high-value products from bamboo. And from the upper reach of the industry, we have the problem like we have to reduce the cost of the raw material, and also we have to reduce the cost of the labor. So you see that this industry has gone to this level, and then the industry also have its life cycle. And so when we reached to this certain area, we needed to break through in the upper river and to the upper reach and the lower reach. We need breakthrough. However, these breakthroughs may take place by like innovation of cooperations with other regions and countries in the world. So China, we cannot do this breaking throughs by ourselves. If you could see that our scientists cannot work on our own, we need to like collaborate with other countries and regions, and we need to work together on relative models of development, so we could have new opportunities of development. So that's what we are thinking about. That's what we need. I think also these training activities is very good and important ways to connect everybody and to understand everybody's situation. This sharing of information and knowledge in a frequent way, and in the future we're going to have like specific peoples like different fields of studies should have a specific group to have like regular sharing of information and knowledge. That's very important for us to research on different issues. I hope through this discussion we have more people to understand the situation. I think people are asking about review the recording of this discussion. Yeah, you see that we have this course recorded, so we are going to share with our registered participants. I see a small number of participants here. They didn't register. It's please make sure if you didn't register with us, you leave your email, your information, your name, your institution, and your email in the chat box, so we could find you and share with you the recordings, the links, which you could reach the recordings of this session. We need if you want to review this.
Yes. Okay. Final point, Ms. Junwei. Can we have a group photo? Because some of our participants might are already typing if they are asking for permission.
Yes. Let's turn on Sanjita. Okay. Oh, can we call it a day? Do you have other questions that you see that is important that you want to mention?
No, nothing from my side. In fact, like we're already late, 35 minutes. So let us wind it up, and tomorrow
Okay.
we'll see. Yeah.
I think some participants came late. So they need to review review the session. It's good. Santiago, you want to say something?
Yes. Thank you for space. In this moment, I study Magister in Agriculture in the National University in my city, Medellin. I want to invite my exposition the next year. My thesis is in grow plants. How do you say? El crecimiento de las plantas, la captura de carbono, is very important for many countries. I am very happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Santiago. I'm also very happy to have this conversation with our participants and to understand your concerns in different regions. Okay, could you turn on your video? I still didn't see many people turn on their video. Anand. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sumintan. Okay, we have, I see many participants. Oh, Camilita. Good afternoon. I see many participants participate yesterday and then they come today. So thank you very much for your persistence in participating. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 清辉，请也帮我那个拍一下集体照。Okay, 1, 2, 3. I see. Who turned on? Dorji. Kama Dorji. Okay, win 2. I think you participate the second day already. Yesterday you also come. So many of you, thank you very much. And tomorrow we are going to focusing on bamboo springboard, which is to me, it's more complicated process than the laminated, the laminated board. So I hope you continue to keep focused, pay attention to our training. And we could continue the discussion. And tomorrow I'm going to, as discussed with Professor Jiang, I'm going to give you a questionnaire. It's regarding to like how you understand the knowledge we shared in this training, and how are you going to how do you think about the future, like your suggestions for like the future, our next steps of training, or like you're thinking about cooperation in the future. Maybe according to your answers, I'm going to like establish a group for the further discussion of the relative technologies. Okay. Sanjita, will you introduce tomorrow's agenda?
Yeah, sorry, actually, my connection is a bit fluctuating. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so tomorrow we have the last day. So there will be two sections. One is we'll be talking about the bamboo screamer and related equipments. The entire production process will be demonstrated. And the second part is screamer based value-added products like the flooring and all. So these are the two sessions, and then towards the end, like we will have the question and answer, and also we will request you to share your feedback because we are in the process of finalizing the process manual and also these audio visual materials that we are using during this entire training program. So if you have any feedback or comment on that, so we'll request you to share it in the chat box, or you can directly share your views and ideas. So thank you so much. Will not take much time because we are already late. And see you tomorrow. I see that some of the people, they probably they're in different time zones, so there are a little bit of contradictions. Meaning, some of the participants from Sri Lanka, they joined like just 1 hour ago, probably thinking that as per their timeline, it's 2 o'clock. But actually, please note that this is 2 p.m. Beijing time, basically, not the Sri Lanka or India time. So in India and Sri Lanka, the training starts at 11:30. Tomorrow, I request you to join on time so that you will take advantage of the entire session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And
See you
we're
tomorrow.
providing.
Everyone, thank
Yeah,
you.
see you tomorrow.
Professor
Thank you,
Jang,
Jinwei. Thank you, Sangeeta.
Shukran.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.